All right, welcome everybody. I'll just make sure the live is actually working. So let me just switch headphones and make sure everything is good. All right, it doesn't sound like I have sound. That's gonna be not very good. All right, why do you know work? Okay, it's working. It was working all along. All right. All right. Technical difficulties are done. So, in today's stream, we're going to build a boilerplate for any side project that you might want to have, any side project I want to have. Just because, you know, when you're starting a project and you have to do like all the configuration, getting eslint ready, prettier, getting your tests and everything, it's always a hassle. So we're gonna do this today, and after that we are going to use that boilerplate to actually build stuff. So it's something I really want to do for my videos, is to move on from one-off tutorials to something that's more like how to build an actual project and how to deploy, how to maintain your databases, what are the choices you have to make, what are your solutions, rather than just like make sure your font is an appropriate size, let's say. So it's a very different challenge, and it's something that I feel like it's not very tackled very well on YouTube. Usually you can find pretty much any technical tutorial, but there's not a lot of engineering, planning, architecture, and stuff like this. So that's what I'm gonna try to move forward. But for this, I need to bring everyone up as well on, rather than just say, hey, download that thing and use those technologies that you don't understand. That video, that stream is going to be like how we build the base on which pretty much like all the projects are going to be based on. So let me turn on some lights. All right, that should be better. And we are going to get started. So the first thing you're gonna do is we're gonna just like make sure everything is hosted on GitHub. So we're gonna create like a GitHub repo. Boilerplate, I already used this one, so we're gonna call it something else. We're gonna call it starting blocks, because we're gonna do sprints after that. It's gonna be public, sure. I'm gonna do it myself, and the license is, this one is gonna be a good old MIT. Do whatever you want with this, and my description is going to be boilerplate for your side project, and I'm pretty sure I'm not allowed to have. There we go. This one is here, and I'm gonna remove this. Starting blocks. I guess I can. All right. There we go. All right. So we created our repo. It's all good and fun. We're gonna just like clone it. For this, I'm gonna go to my badly named what are you doing? WSL, what are you doing? Oh, and I just realized I am actually a very bad typist. Starting blocks. Rename that bad boy. Starting blocks, sure. There we go. Autopilot. And starting blocks. All right. So we got this open. We are going to move on to actually building and adding everything that we need. So let me just grab that bad boy into my VS Code. There we go. And the first thing we're going to do is we're going to just like install pretty much everything that we need. So we're going to use, for this project, we're going to use a base, which is the Nextjs framework. And the reason for this is because you pretty much get a lot of pre-built, and I'm going to move like the music a little bit up. You get like a lot of pre-installed, pre-configured everything for your React applications. It's got great support for everything TypeScript, and also you get like an amazing concept, which is pretty much you can create your API routes, so you don't have to worry too much about cores, configuration and stuff like this, but also you get everything into the same project. So if you want to share types, that's great. You don't have to just like do a mono repo and configure that thing and do all of that. But we're not gonna share types like this. So yeah, the goal for this stream is really to just like get you to a proper state where all of your linting, all of your tests, all of your connection to the backend, a little bit of UI, maybe a little bit of authentication is already set, and you really don't have to deal with this anymore. So the first thing we're going to do is to install Next. So you can use yarn, you can use npm, you can use whatever you want, but really is just all the same. So Next recently moved to the 11th version. So there's like a bunch of new goodness. There's a bunch of new goodness, and everything is great. And actually, I just forgot to init starting blocks, version 1, description, boilerplate, doesn't matter. Yeah, that's good. Keyword, doesn't matter. Author is going to be me. That's an MIT, that's okay. All right. And now we can just like do our stuff. All right. It's going to be better. We are going to also create a git ignore. And we'll see how we just like going to do all of this. But we're going to move on to code. So that's my package.json. The first thing I usually do with this is just create all of my scripts. So in my case, it's going to be next-dev. And let's say are you going to use 3000? Sure, let's use 3000 for now. And then we'll just like see what's going on with that. Next test. And I really want to test the new lint. Which is like the new thing that got added into version 11. So let's try to do okay. There we go. I think it's like starting to get. So we're gonna just like gonna ignore node modules. We don't need to commit this. We're gonna ignore anything that's coming from next. And the rest is pretty much good for now. Right. So, you know what? We are going to change those. Next dev, it's going to be 4,000, let's say. Start, it's going to be 4,000 as well. All right. And we are going to sure. Okay, it was having trouble. I'm going to put it there. The reason is when you want to use Next, you also, of course, need to install React and React DOM. That's usually a very good idea when you actually code for it. So let me see. There we go. Getting the yarn thing. All right, so there is nothing in our pages, and that's what we are going to just like change right now. So the way all of this works is you pretty much can do whatever you want. I prefer to always create like a source folder, and then within pages you create like anything. And here I'm going to export default function, which is going to be called index page. Doesn't really matter that much. We're just going to return a good old hello world. And now what you get is it's going to create like a whole TypeScript everything. So I just created like a .tsx file, which is the equivalent of GSX, but like for TypeScript. And what Next is going to look at this and be like, oh, that's a TypeScript file. I'm going to prepare your project to be TypeScript. For this, we also need to install TypeScript. So TypeScript, and actually we're going to also install the Node version of it. TypeScript can live in the dev dependencies because this is not shipped to our client. So here we go, and now if we run this, it's gonna be like, hey, we just found that you had like a TypeScript file, and we are going to add a bunch of different things to your project. So in our case, that's that tsconfig, which is pretty much like the control center of everything TypeScript. So you can see what is your target, you can see what is your different configuration that you have for TypeScript. So for me, I am living in the future, so I'm living in the ES-Next branch, and I am going to also make sure we have strict, which is already set here. So here we go. So basically, when you set your that specific configuration key, strict is like the overall superset of pretty much all the keys you want to turn on, but that you might have to turn off if you migrate from a JavaScript project. So basically, this is not allowing you to use undeclares any's and stuff like this. It just makes sure that when you specify that a variable is a string, it is actually a string and not just a string undefined or null. So there's a bunch of stuff, and if any of you is interested, just like let me know in the chat. I'll look at those, and we can go over all of those rules and making sure everything is good. So one thing I also like to do is to set the base URL, and in my case the base URL is going to be source. This means that when we are going to import stuff, TypeScript for the linking is going to look at where your files are, and this is very, very convenient in our case, because we are going to just like straight import most of our stuff. So we're gonna just like import, for instance, UI/box. Whereas usually when you don't set those kind of base URL, you end up having like a lot of // to just like go up your tree, and then you don't really know where you are. You can't move your files that easily. And this is extremely good. And we'll see some of the things that are going to go and repeat themselves is that idea of optimizing for change. And if it's like the first lesson and the only lesson you hear, understand, and maybe I can actually convince you it's actually a good thing, is when you're doing software development, like it's a little bit corny, but the only constant is change. And basically the best you can do is pretty much optimize for change. And what does that mean? It means that if you have a modules, how is it to remove it, replace it, move it, how is it to do all of those things is far more important than how much reusable your code is, how clean or optimized your code is. Because having like the cleanest code that doesn't do what you want is probably like a bad thing compared to having something that works but is really easy to change. As long as it's easy to change and you can trust that you can change it very easily, you'll get into a state where your bad code is going to be very easy to refactor and make it into a good code when you actually know what you want to do. So that's the first pillar of this is that base URL, which really is to always import from the root of your source. And you'll see me do it quite a lot. All right, so next part is where it becomes a little bit tedious. So you'll see that, for instance, if I go in and I create a new variable and I call it hello, it's right there. I have everything, all is good. The problem is like that variable, for instance, is never used. And having that variables like laying around is probably a bad idea. For this, we use usually linter rules. So basically it's like a program that's go over your code and it's going to be like, hey, that thing is not used anywhere. That thing is not defined. You're reusing variable names in like nested blocks. And for this, we are going to use eslint and prettier. They work in tandem. Some people don't like prettier, some people like love it. It gets out of my way and does what it needs to do, so I really don't mind it. And this, with the addition of TypeScript, and you'll see, for instance, here TypeScript is going to be like it's going to just like give you like some help. So like, hey, you're trying to assign a number to a string, because we defined it as a string here. TypeScript does a little bit of linting already, but it's really like concerned with TypeScript stuff. And eslint and prettier is going to be like your code formatting and making sure you don't import stuff that are not useless. So we're going to just like keep using that hello. And we're just gonna install eslint and prettier. So this is where it becomes a little bit sketchy for me, just because it's, let's say, configuration is always interesting. We'll see how fast we can get there. So there we go, starting blocks. And you know what? I'm going to use VS Code terminals. That's going to be way easier to get everything working. There we go. And yeah, at least for the first part, we're going to just like put the terminal here. And yeah, so let's go. So what I want for this is we are going to install eslint. This is also a dev dependencies. So we want eslint, we want prettier, we want do we want a ski? Do we want all of the eslint stuff? Okay, we're gonna start with this. So I'm installing eslint, prettier, there we go. Now, one big part is gonna be how you configure it, and there's like a million things you can do differently than me. Those are not necessarily even my preferences. It is more like the stuff I usually fast forward with like my configs. So we're gonna see how good I can get. Something that actually works very well. So you can copy paste if you want an eslint from somewhere, but I'm gonna create one from scratch, and this is actually a JavaScript file. So this is going to be a module exports, and inside that module is going to be with true env. I'm going to set my env to be a node based one, and we're going to use ES6 everywhere. So there we go. Now there is a bunch of stuff that you might want to pass. So one is parser options. Let me just make sure I have it right. And it is ECMAScript version 8. So like if you want to change at what levels of the ECMAScript versioning, or I don't know how to express this, at what ECMAScript version you are coding in, and then it just like doesn't send you like bad things like, hey, you can't use async await because it's not part of ES6, for instance, or ES5 or whatever it is. So we're gonna just like make sure we're using a modern version. And what we need to also do is we're gonna ignore a bunch of files. So anything that is within node modules, we don't want to. Just like eslint is just like not helping anyone. We don't want to pass anything that's going to be in next in case we deploy to Versal, not via GitHub. And we're going to do like the deploy by GitHub first. Anything that we build, we don't want to do this. We don't want to save anything that's going to be in the prettier RC.js. I think that's going to be called. And if it's not the case, then we're just gonna change that file. Like configuration, always a pain, and that's why I'm doing the boilerplate. The goal is really to not do this anymore, if possible. I guess there's going to be a maintain thing. And I'm going to add a generated folder where I'll put like everything that is generated by React queries, codegen, graphql-codegen, and stuff like this. So anything that is generated is going to be jammed into that folder, and I'm just going to say to eslint, don't look at it, it's fine. I can't really change it anyway. So now on to the fun stuff. We have the base one, so I think it's extends. and we can decide which thing is extended. And I think the first one is eslint recommended. We'll see if I can type English, and we are also going to override some stuff. So for anything that is TypeScript, so I think it's files. So I need to remember the syntax. So anything that is within a folder anywhere, doesn't matter, and finishes in TS, and anything that is within any folder that finishes by TSX, we are going to do a bunch of stuff to this. So the parser is going to be how is it called? Let me just like find those. I need to just like remember those. Okay, I got it. This is the name of the parser, and we will have to install a bunch of plugins and stuff like this anyway. So let's just like start adding them here. So we're gonna save them to TypeScript eslint. I think we also have the not just the parser, sorry, but the eslint plugin. So we're gonna start with those. Yeah, we're gonna start with those, and we are going to continue doing things. So env is going to be, we're living in the browser. We also are going to live in Node, and we are in ES6. So this one is probably not required, but you know. And we are going to extend a bunch of, not this, we're going to extend a bunch of plugins. So for this, we're going to use eslint recommended as the base. We are also going to be going through the plugin we just installed. Eslint plugin. All right. We are, so those can like have like all of the TypeScript specific rules, namely like no explicit any's and stuff like this that we're going to configure later. We are also going to add the React recommended. I'm pretty sure it is React recommended. There's going to be the equivalent for the hooks, so I think it's React hooks recommended. Yes, there's going to be, okay, this one I need to get some of my older programs here, because yes, I want to have like my accessibility plugins. It's a very good point, past Arthur, you had a good idea. So is GSX accessibility recommended again, and we are also going to get the plugin for Prettier, which is going to have like a bunch of stuff that makes sense and that you probably want to use. So we will have to install all of those for sure. I'm just gonna go here and make sure. Yeah, let's just install them as we go. Save dev. So I really need eslint prettier. I think it's plugin prettier. Let me just like search, because I think this one is the other one. Yes, this is the other one. It's not using plugin, it's config. Prettier, we are going to install eslint plugin, GSX accessibility. We're going to install eslint. Oh, actually, there was the two of them. There we go, prettier. We are going to go also for eslint React, plugin React, sorry. Plugin React, we're going to go for eslint plugin React hooks. And that should be all I used. Sure. Let's see what I mistyped. All right, maybe I didn't. Maybe I didn't. So we're gonna keep on saving and we're gonna keep on moving on. So now we can just like add our rules. So rules is pretty much when you want to override any of the base one, extended one, and stuff like this. If you don't want to use any of those and use your rules, that's fine. There's just like a million of them, so you probably want to just like use at least a base one. So when I turn off the soonest I can is the prop types. Prop types are really bad, and you probably shouldn't be using it, especially if you're, I mean, okay, let me rephrase this. You shouldn't use them if you're using TypeScript, because actually static typing is far superior to prop types. Prop types does runtime checks, but if you have like a full-on TypeScript project, you probably don't need prop types, and I would argue that it's probably a bad thing to have prop types. So yeah. There's also, starting with the latest React, I guess latest is not true because it's not the latest anymore, but React 17, you don't need to re-import React all like in every files and everything. So we are going to just like React in GSX, I think, scope. This one I want to turn it off because that's painful and doesn't really help you. And this one I'm gonna just go in and copy paste some of the other ones because let me see what I have here in that project. So basically, if you're using the link component from Next, that anchor is valid is actually not, you can't met it. So we're just gonna turn it off globally. And we're gonna also make sure that we enforce for sure the unused variable. So it's not just gonna be a warning, but it's gonna be an actual, hey, that's an error. So one thing that we are also going to look at is that idea of making sure all of the functions that you use are actually returning an explicit return. So I'm going to copy paste this one because that's a big bad boy. And I am, yes, that's good. So basically this one is making sure when you create a function that you always return your types. This can be quite inconvenient sometimes, and sometimes you just want to get going with your life and just say, hey, infer whatever you want, I'm fine with it. So that's why it's just a warning, but it's probably a good idea to always have actually typed returns, so you can have like a not a test driven, but like you actually statically type your thing and you make sure your returns match those things rather than just like push the problem later, because now your return types are going to change all the time. And I'm going to go into more depth on why TypeScript is really a good thing and why you should probably use it for any project, and especially when you expect other people to use it. So yeah. And we are also going to, I'm looking at my other config, we're going to just like jam all the prettier errors and just be like, hey, use prettier for those errors. I think we're pretty much there, so let me just double confirm I closed everything that I had to close. I didn't close this one. I did. What am I missing? I think we're good. Okay, so we got our eslint RC set up. We're gonna see later on if it actually turns on, but because at the moment it's not. And maybe that's other configuration we need to go on and stuff like this. So configuration of those is always a work in progress kind of, so that's why I really want to get done with it as soon as possible, and hopefully I don't bore you to death. So the next part is going to make sure we create the prettier rc.js that we referenced before. And this one is also a module exports. And in this one, we just put some very specific configuration for prettier, which is really mostly concerned with text formatting. So how many spaces are there before for your tabs? How many, like, do you use single quotes or double quotes and stuff like this. So we are going to say, I'm not requiring you to put semicolons, trailing commas. Trailing comma is, I don't remember if it's ES5 or ES6. We're gonna try ES6, and that's trailing. Okay. Single quote. I'm not huge on single quoting because we're not PHP, so that's fine. I'm gonna just make sure we have a print width of 100 pixels. We're gonna start with this. Tab width, I think it's called. I'm a 2-space guy, and use tabs is false. So in a perfect world, I would use true for using tabs. The problem is, like, there's a lot of tools, especially in the JavaScript ecosystem, that really don't work well with tabs. So it is what it is. There we go. I think I have everything I need. I will have to double check everything is good. So one thing that we're gonna do next is to create a .vs code. Let me remember if it's, I think it's .vs code. And it's called settings.json. Sure. I shouldn't have clicked everywhere else. So .vs code, settings.json. And that's one is really where we're gonna put rules we want to enforce anyone jumping into a project to have. They can obviously override everything that we put here, but you know, that's always a good thing. So format on save. I would like it to be true. Editor. So it's code action on save. I think it's this one. Yes. Oh yeah. So that's why this one needs to be false. Sorry, because we need to actually request it here. So it's source fix all, and it's going to be an eslint. All right. I think that's how you are supposed to be doing it. Sure. We'll see. We'll see, we'll see. Okay, so what am I missing? That's where everything gets a little bit tricky. So I do have my prettier, so maybe I'll just have to preference here for my thing because I'm on different do I have a default formatter? Yes, eslint is correct. Format and save, sure. And we're gonna try to put bad stuff in it and see if it doesn't like it. Okay, does not exist. Okay, eslint, what's going on? What is going on, eslint? What did I miss? Probably somewhere in my here. I did something wrong. It's also possible that you need to reload. We're gonna try to reload that bad boy here. Oh, and I need to connect to. There we go. All right, so now it knows that there are new files. That's a start, but it still doesn't give me a bad formatting here. So what did I miss? I guess we can start with some linting here. First of all, is this one? Config next. We probably want to also get this one, I think. Yes. So we're gonna use the default from next. Oh, maybe it's like the new default from next that is actually conflicting with us. Okay, override 0 parser is the wrong type. Expected a string, but got this. There we go. Moving forward, get some error. So we need to extend just this. I thought we had. Maybe it's a new version. Let's. Actually, it's not this one. Yeah, this one is correct. Oh, yeah. Parser itself. I want this bad guy. Sorry. Failed to load eslint recommended to extend from. Did I mistype recommended? Oh, recommended. And did I do this? Oh yeah, okay. I'm French. You'll have to excuse me. And that's recommended. All right. What am I missing now? Failed to load eslint plugin. TypeScript, eslint plugin. Is it another recommended? Probably. All right, we're moving on. React version not specified in eslint, blah 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 blah, plugin React, blah blah blah. Invalid trailing comma expected, yes, 5 or no. Oh, this one is prettier, right? Trailing comma, you're gonna be an ES5 guy. There we go. I didn't specify the settings here, so would be here, settings, and that's gonna be for React, and I am going to give you a version, and I'm gonna say deal with it, find it yourself. Okay, seems good. All right, so we do have our configuration correct. Now we need to make sure it's actually enforced. Okay, we're getting there, let's try another one, because it's always better to just make sure it's not just a case of yes, there we go. Sometimes you just need to restart. So that's what the linter is going to tell you, is going to be like, hey, that variable is not reassigned, please use const. There's going to be like a bunch of stuff like this, and what it's going to do is make sure you actually have good formats. So in my case, I really look at this and it's like, hey, you don't need this one, hey, you don't need this one, hey, that thing is actually missing a return type. And we're going to go into static typing and why it is a very important thing at some point. And actually, you should really consider it as the first step of testing. So we all know that testing is good. We all know that testing takes time and you need to learn and you need to do things. But we all know that at the end, you're better to test your project to make sure you save yourself a few hours down the line in 2 years, in 2 months, in 3 or whatever weeks. And basically typing, like static typing, is like a first very basic but catch a lot of problems version of testing. If you go in and for instance here I just say this needs to return a string, I know that that thing doesn't return a string, and it's like, yeah, it doesn't really work well. It's really important for us to just like consider that static typing in general, and of course this one is like a very simple example, it's gonna save you a lot of time to debug and a lot of time of, hey, that thing should be a string, why is it passing as a number? And you're just like, having those should be actually shown to you, and having the ability to inspect all the types and everything is like very important. So this one we are going to say is a React element, and we're gonna just like import it from React. So far not really useful because we're gonna install React everywhere, but yeah, all right. So we do have our React very first basic. We have eslint, prettier, working nice. We are going to add everything, and we are going to commit with a message that says setup ts eslint and prettier. So if someone wants to come back and look at those things, we're gonna do those things, and we're gonna push to origin. So if you want to follow with me, you can go grab, I'm gonna put the link here in the chat. Basically, you can go grab that repo and just like go on your merry way. So the next thing we are going to do is moving up the ladder in terms of testing and of stuff that really is a little bit painful to set up, but it's really worth it, is unit testing. So unit testing takes, there's many things you can do, but usually the way I do it is to test pure functions and make sure they actually do what they're supposed to be doing. So we're gonna have like an example, we're gonna have like a function that like makes sure SVG viewports are squared, and we're gonna see how you can actually use test-driven development to make sure your functions are robust. So that's the first thing, but more than that is to make sure that when you come back to that function in 6 months and you've learned that new trick that will save you like a million CPU cycle, that you can just like refactor that function without breaking the actual logic of the function. And this is something that really happens a lot when you go into like legacy project that doesn't have any test, and specifically unit testing. It gets very, very difficult to actually refactor base function, because you're just like, what if there is a use case, there is like a weird JavaScript thing that just is relied on, like I don't know, if you pass like an empty array into a boolean or stuff like this, and you use that this way somewhere else in your code, that you may not break something outside of that specific function. So the function is doing what it looks like it's doing, but all of those weird things is always a good thing to test. And anytime, it's not like a silver bullet where you can know all the use cases, but anytime you have a new use cases, a new bug or whatever, you just add a new test and you make sure you're never gonna have that problem again in the future. So jest is a very low-hanging fruit of, if you have like smaller pure function, very easy to test. You just jam in inputs, you jam in outputs, and you're gonna see how many of those assumptions that you make are actually wrong. So to install jest, that's gonna be straightforward and not straightforward at the same time. We're gonna make sure it's all good. So the first thing that you need to do for jest, and you know what, we are gonna also make sure that we, oh, actually put it there, nice. Yeah, give me the terminal. And actually what I want is split view, not bash thing. Oh, VS Code, why? What update are you doing? And we're gonna npm run dev, just making sure that our thing is actually working. It shouldn't be a problem, but hello world, let's go. You see the hello world here. We're all good. Everything is great. It's working. So now we are going to install jest, which is a dev dependencies for sure. We are going to also install Babel jest. So one of the problems that you'll see when you use TypeScript is there's not that many well, there's really very little tools that can read TypeScript from the get-go, because first of all, TypeScript is always evolving. There is new version fairly often, so it's very difficult for tools to keep up track to it. And also TypeScript has a very defined pattern where you actually transpile from TypeScript to JavaScript, where you lose static typing, but your source files have everything that you need to author the code, and then the transpiling is actually kind of a bundling of sort. There's also a bundler going on, massively simplifying everything, but it's actually often simpler to do your test on the JavaScript output, rather than from on the TypeScript source itself. Another way we can do those typing is to actually transpile on the fly. So for instance, Jest is going to look at the TypeScript function that we're going to pass. It's going to transpile it to JavaScript in memory, kind of, and test on this one. So you don't have to rebuild all the time and do those things, which are usually painful. And the goal of this boilerplate is really to get you into a state where you don't have to do like all of those manual things all the time and making sure everything is actually quite resilient. So there we go. We're going to install, this is another save dev thing, and we're going to install jest. And we're also going to install Babel jest. And now we are going to configure all this. So there's also like the jest watch, where it actually checks everything that you type all the time and tells you like, hey, you've just made a typo, it breaks your things. We're not going to configure this just yet, because otherwise I'm going to bore everyone to death, even though there's not that many people in the chat. But that's really not the point here. It's just like to make sure we have all the tools, and then we're going to just like fine tune them a little bit later, because some of the tools interact with each other's, and we want to just like get them in first. So jest is going to be, we're going to just like have a new script. Where are my scripts? My scripts are here. So that script is going to be actually jest, and I'm pretty sure I can just extend next thing. Let me see if I can just like add next. Where are you? Next config next. I should be able to just like add this one. To here extends. So that's gonna be a plugin. This one I never actually used because it's really new, like from this week. So I expect it to be recommended, and that's gonna be next, I guess. Sure, I actually did something really bad. This is not next-lint, and this one is test jest. Okay. Next. Yes, plugin next. It's there, right? And we might have to remove it for now, but yes, config jest. So I guess I can. I don't know. I'm 100% fishing here. I am 100% fishing. Config. Let's see if I can find it. Eslint. Next.js conformance. Conformance for framework. So let me just like show you where I am. Conformance for framework. So that's a new thing. What's conformance? Blah 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 blah. Strong default, actionable rules, automatic. That's great. Automatic time. CSS tooling, conformance. custom plugin, we're gonna see shareable configuration, we're gonna see surface area, toast and overlays, that's great. Other frameworks, all right, that's not great. Basic features. This page could not be found. Oh, that's not great. Basic feature, eslint. Maybe they just like changed it. Lint, yes. Get through installation required packages. I should probably have extend next. I should have done this rather than configure it myself. That's probably a terrible. All right, all good. So what it means is it should be giving me like a bunch of errors if I'm starting to use stuff that Next is like, hey, you shouldn't be using this because you're gonna have terrible performance if you do. Image, source does not matter. Stuff like this. The string is not assembled to SVG image element. What? All right. So no warning, no errors. Okay, we'll see that later. We'll see that later. We're gonna just like, oh, sorry, I was not showing what I was doing. We'll see that later. Not that important. For now, we just need to npm run test, and jest is going to be like, hey, I didn't find anything. I don't know where your configuration is. That's all fine because we didn't do any of that configuration. So the first thing we are going to do is making sure, oh, maybe I just need to do the good old refresh me to get that thing. If I go here and add an image and say does not matter, okay, I'm just stupid. Image element source. Yeah, I'm just bad. All right, so yes. So that's what I was actually, yes, it's the new image. That's fine. I'm stupid. It's still the morning here. So yeah, so that's what the next config tells you. It just say, hey, you're trying to use an image. That's great, but you probably want to use next image because it's going to be more optimized and stuff like this. So that's great. Everything is working. You just need to not be stupid like me. All right. So now we are on to configure jest. And jest is jestconfig.js. There's a bunch of stuff. You can call it multiple different names, but I think this one is here, and this one I 100% never remember it, so we're gonna do like a big fat copy paste and we're gonna go over and see what you have in it. So we're starting from this root. We're gonna just like look for those modules contained into those extensions. We are ignoring node modules and .next. They don't matter. We are also making sure transform, we're not going to transform anything. So the transform is going to happen on any .ts and tsx, and that's what we want. We're just going to run that Babel jest on the TypeScript files to make sure they actually are processable by jest, which is like a JavaScript tool. The watch plugin, we're going to have those later on. But that's pretty much it. And then we have a bunch of different things. So I probably can remove some of those. Sure, let's stay there, and I'm gonna use those later on. So basically this is the same thing that we configure in the TS config, the base URL. We need to just like make jest aware of potential source when we just say /UI/box, for instance. We just say, hey, you want to look at those things in those folders. I don't know if it's possible to extend the TS config. I've always done it this way, works great. And this is where to look for modules. So we'll see here, the utils is going to be useful later on, especially when we are going to add the testing library. So we have our jest config. Now what we need to do is we're going to create a new file. It's going to be called helpers. And this one is going to be called squared viewport.ts. All right. So this one is going to be a function. So we're going to export default function. That function is going to be called squared viewport. There we go. And it's going to grab as an input, it's going to return a string. And as an input, it's going to take a viewport, which is going to be a string as well. And this is going to return hello. All right. This value is never read. All right. So we have our function. Now what we want to do, and this is like the base of all of the test-driven development, is to write your test and make sure your function match that specific use case. So we are going to grab a test. So basically that function, and also just like make sure that you actually understand what the function wants to be, rather than just like always say, hey, I'm going to do my function and do my thing. So when you're prototyping, sometimes it's not worth it to do those things, because you're not quite sure where you want to go. But when you have like those helper function and you know exactly what they're supposed to do, and probably their use is going to be very stable, you can do those things. So we're going to create, sorry, not a folder, we're going to create a new file, which is going to be squared viewport test.ts. Sure, ts is fine. And we are going to import our squared viewport from this exact thing. There we go. And now we can write everything that we need. So wait, I don't this. So we're going to describe something that says, so it should, the squared viewport function. So this is what we're going to test at this time. And this is going to be tested by an it. Okay, please don't. It's going to be tested by an it. All right, and it should center valid viewports, and we're going to have like a bunch of valid viewports, and we're going to just make sure that they are centered. So for instance, so when I say viewports and valid viewports and everything, I'm talking about the SVGs, and we're going to see very, very quickly where I can use it. This is really an explanation of the kind of the kind of test that we're gonna have and expect. There's a bunch of stuff, so we see that probably in our eslint and whatever, we're gonna have to tell him chill out a little bit on stuff that are tests. So we should expect that that's function when we pass the viewport, which is going to be something like 0, 0, 512, 512. If we use font awesome, that's something that we use often. And we want it to be the same thing because this is already a square. So if you have like questions on viewports and everything, let me know. And here we see that those things are like, hey, you don't have those types. What's going on? What is described? And we get like a good thing to copy paste and just say, sure, you're right. Thank you, eslint. We're gonna save dev. Oh, sure, I could have just. There we go. We're gonna install the types for jest, and we're gonna have everything set up correctly. Hopefully. All right, and now everything is fine. It knows that this is a jest file, and everything is good. Now, if we run test, oh yeah, I just copy pasted that thing, so we are going to just, yeah, we're just gonna add the watcher, even if we don't have it configured and we don't really use it yet. Type ahead, I think that's the one that we have. All right, let's go back running the tests. All right, so our test ran and it encountered an unexpected token. So it's like, oh, what's going on with the unexpected token? Import. Oh, it doesn't like import. Outside of a module. Okay, so we have like a little bit of config to do for this as well. Let me think, because this is import squared volume, so maybe it's a configuration. Let me try to just get this one here. Let me see if it's like that problem. No, it's actually can't use import, so what am I missing? Jest config. Can I not put it here anymore? All right. So, jest config, modules. What am I missing? Okay. This is exactly the one that I have. Import outside of a module, outside a module. Outside of a module. Yes, but that configuration should be correct. That configuration should be correct. Squared viewport actually exists. It's that guy. Okay, let's reset the brain. It's very easy. It's very easy. I import. I have my function that is exported, and this is not considered to be a module. Why are you not a module? Just config. Is it something that is oh. This one probably needs to be common.js. I'm gonna try. All right. No, it's not this one. Oh, wait. Wait. I'm using next Babel, but I didn't configure Babel. Yeah. Babel RC. Yeah. Next Babel. Is it? Yeah, okay, it's more happy now. Okay, so yeah, sure. When you use Babel, probably a good idea to actually configure Babel, especially when you're using Next. So yeah, using the preset, it's all good. So now my test is working. You can see here, I expected to receive that thing, and I'm going to go see here the test is if I pass that string, I expect it to be that string in return. And obviously it's not, because my implementation is just return this and just like do your thing. So we're going to do this let's make this sure, let's make this very quickly. And you know what? We're gonna do like a proper test-driven development. We're gonna pass a bunch of different values. So for this, you can use the jest array kind of things where you can just like create new tests and use things. I usually just like to jam a little bit of those and just say, hey, we're gonna just like pass a bunch of those things and make sure they are proper. So this one, let's say a decimal. Let's have like a decimal that is also a square, and this is 100% correct, so I don't want this to be changed. And by the way, one example of static typing is, for instance, here, if I go in and say the viewport is absolutely required, I want, that is static typing. It's like, hey, you need to pass an argument. So this is part of testing as well, in some sense. We're gonna see what happens when you pass like an empty string. We're gonna see, and you know what? I'm gonna make this one actually optional. We're gonna see what happens when you pass no arguments. We're gonna see what happens when you pass something that is missing 100 here. And the way I want it to do for centering is I would like it to be not just adding, but actually adding the same amount on the two sides. So in that case, I would be missing 412, so it would be 206 and 306. Does that make sense? It does make sense, I think. And if you do send a negative value, I really want it to be so let's remove 100 here and 100 here. This should return the same thing. Okay, so obviously now if we are running our test, it's not gonna work. It's just like, hey, what's going on? the implementation is not correct. And we're gonna do like a very quick implementation for this. So maybe there is like a library that does this, but yeah. So the first thing we can do is a new viewport. That's going to be our default 512 512, and we are going to actually return this. So now if we go and do our test, we'll see that it runs. It actually works on the first test case because we're actually returning that string, so that's fine. But now it fails on the second one. So we need to be a little bit smarter. So only if there is a viewport, we're gonna do some stuff. So I'm not sure if like a 2-value viewport is correct, but we're gonna assume it's not. So we're gonna explode that thing, and this is going to be the viewport. Explode is actually the PHP way split, and we're gonna split on spaces. Now, if explode length is equal to 4, we're gonna do some stuff. If it's not, we're just gonna bail out. Do I want to bail out first? Do I want to yeah, no, let's keep it this way. We're gonna do like a cascade. So this way we just have one return. Okay. So now we are going to grab a bunch of stuff. So it's gonna be xmin, ymin, xmax, ymax. So this is like, those are the values within your viewport. And I'm gonna get those from explode. Actually, I would need to make sure those are value that they are numbers. Value. Sure, you're gonna do this, and we're gonna filter those new value again, and we're gonna make sure that none is none. Yeah. So we go in, we grab this, we just make sure they are numbers. There we go. We make sure there are 4 of them, and if there are 4 of them, we are going to grab them from explode. All right. Now, we want to get the width. So it's going to be xmax minus xmin. We're going to get the height. That's going to be ymax minus ymin. All right. And now we're going to do a bunch of if else. So if width is bigger than height, we're going to have to do something. Else if width is actually smaller than height, we're going to do something else. And on the else case, they are the same width and height. We're going to just return the viewport because it was good all along. So in that case, we are going to do a difference. This is going to be my width minus my height. If the width is higher, yes, that's correct. And we're going to say ymin is equal to the diff divided by 2. And I need to make sure that this one is reattributable, and my ymax the same. Actually, it's not going to be plus, it's going to be minus here. The ymin needs to be subtracted, the difference. There we go, and the same thing goes for this one as well, except it's return width, and that's going to be xmin, xmax, and we are going to return so xmin ymin, xmax, ymax. All right, and that thing is the same. Okay, format my thing, and now whether or not I'm fairly confident in that logic, I can actually run my test on them and be like, am I mistaken? And oh, it failed. So it might be that actually failed mentally. So when you get, and now we can look at, is it my test that's actually bad, or is it correct? So if you have 100 pixel, this one is correct, and this one, oh, yes, this is not correct. So this is a case where my test was not correct, because obviously I just subtracted 100 here. So if you center it, it's actually going to shift everything a little bit. So this is supposed to be minus this, and this one is going to be 256. But you know, you don't want to just like fix your test to match your implementation. So we're going to just like make sure with other tests. So something that we know is very easy to calculate. So if you have minus 10 and it goes to 10, goes from 0 to 50, I would expect to get 30 difference. So we would actually need to push 15 on the two sides. So it's going to be minus 25 and 35, and this one is going to be 50. That seems to be correct. So now we can run our test. All right, it's failing. I actually can't add stuff. Yes, 15 plus 10 is 25. And that's legit. So this one, we're gonna also have a version when we have 0. So we need minus 20. We're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. And 30s. All right. So it passed all of those tests. We are good to go. We can assume that that function is good. And if down the line, at some point, we're just gonna be in and be like, I'm just surprised why I can't put it there anymore. What have you done? What have you done, VS Code? I shouldn't have updated. Yeah, so at some point, if you want to make that function do something else, get more arguments and stuff, we still have all of those tests, and those tests are going to live on forever, and we're going to be able to use them forever. So it's very convenient, and we're going to use those kind of unit tests really specifically in order to increase our confidence into our refactors down the line. So we also have a new thing set. So our message is going to be this is a chore, and jest is set up. So once again, if you want to follow on with me, grab the repo. It's gonna be linked in the description at some point, especially when I'm not live anymore. And you'll be able to just like grab that repo and move on from me and see what changed. You can go from commit to commit, or you can go to the last version if you want to. So now comes the bigger one. So we've done static typing, making sure that we're using the correct types for everything, making sure that if we change the implementation, I go here and I now need to get like an option, and this is center Boolean, for instance. So if I go in and I ask for this, all of those tests are going to be like, hey, you're not passing the right thing. So this is static typing. Static typing is going to get you that security. We've done the jest unit testing, so we're going to go over our functions, like the pure function, the one that don't really affect too much of, don't need to read from, need to read a state outside of its own definition. We're going to do like some unit testing for them. And now we are going to do integration testing. So integration testing is really a case where we are going to look at specific component. In our case, it's going to be a React component that can be very small, that can be very big, and we're going to just like do assumptions on them. So making sure that, for instance, a navigation menu, when you click close, closes. When you click open, it opens, and stuff like this. And this one is like a little bit tricky to get a grasp on it. It's really good if you want to read on React testing library, like all of the concepts and how you want to use it. It's really interesting. And really, what's really important when you do integration testing is to not test your implementation, but rather to test as far as you can go up in the component. So if you have, for instance, use states hooks within your component, you don't really want to check if that use state variable changes. You really want to test if, for some reason, your component closes or not, and whether your component is using that use state correctly or not really doesn't matter. It's really a question of, when I click this and I do this, does it do what I expect it to do? Does it fire a request when I do when I press refresh? The mechanism per which it does the refresh really doesn't matter, because that's where you want your test to be. You want your test to be able to refactor, to help you refactor your code, rather than be like, anytime you change anything within a component, that component test doesn't work anymore because you're not using use state anymore, for instance. You're using something else, you're putting it in Redux, you actually query it from a server, it doesn't really matter. You want your test to be very strong and very resilient to change. Once again, it is optimizing for change, because your code base is going to change no matter what. It's going to be different. And you want to be able to go in and change your use state by recall state. And maybe that's something that we're going to do at some point within that boilerplate, so you can see exactly what I mean with this. Rather than be like, anytime you change something, the test breaks, you expect it to break, and you fix your test to match what you just done. That's actually a very bad pattern, because that means that some errors are going to be legitimate. So you've seen it me, like sometimes you write bad thing within your test and sometimes it's legitimate. But what you want is you want your test to be as strong as possible, so that you, and I hope I didn't samples. No, okay. I had like a small panic of like you were able to hear the echo and everything for like about 2 hours. Hopefully it's not the case. So yeah, so you want your test to actually breaks when the functionality of the component breaks, rather than anytime you change something. And that's one of the reasons why I personally don't like snapshot testing. So snapshot testing is a pattern where you take a snapshot of the HTML that a component returns. And anytime someone changes something, you make sure that that snapshot match, which is fair enough, except that anytime you change something within your component, you probably want the HTML output to be changed as well. And you get into that thing of, hey, I added a new title. You run your test, the test breaks, and you're just like, oh yeah, that's because I added a new title, and you just override your snapshot without actually looking at everything that is within it. So that's something that you should expect your test to never break. And when they do, you need to just like stop a little bit, look at it and be like, why is it broken? Is it because the test itself has a problem? Or is it because what you just did actually made your component be useless? Or not useless, not coherent with what we expect it to be. So we're gonna do just that now. And the configuration is gonna be a little bit more involved here. And we'll see if we can get there in a measured way in terms of time. So, and I just realized I've been there for 2 hours and I only got 2 modules. 1 hour per module. That seems fair. So, we are going to install, and for this, I'm gonna just like show you very quickly. React testing library, there we go. That's very convenient. You have like how to do the install and everything. I'm going to try to not use this one, so I'm going to go back here because it's always the case of if you copy paste and do everything, you don't remember it. And I'm trying actively to be better at knowing the configuration of everything I do, just because you don't do it often, and I don't like having to relearn it every time I have to do something. Maybe it's going to be the last time I'm doing it, but I don't think so. So, so we are going to add a bunch of stuff. Install, save, dev. At first, we're going to install all of the testing library. We're going to test jest DOM. We're going to testing library. We're going to test React. I think that's pretty much it for the types. We're gonna obviously add the testing library. So the testing library is, I think it's called React testing library. I need to actually, this is exactly what I was doing. This is not the type, they're already bundled in it. What am I missing? Testing library. We're gonna try with this. We're gonna fail, and then it's gonna be just fine. So I don't know if you remember, but in our, where was it? Eslint? No, prettier, jest config. We had that source utils, and that's where we're gonna put our React testing library, like set up and import our things. And because we're gonna use jest to actually run the test, so jest is gonna call React testing library as a test framework, and then jest testing library is gonna be the actual test. I had to do this so we can import it and do everything into Jest. So now we're going to create our source utils. And if I am not mistaken, it's going to be setup, for instance, or it's going to be testing, for instance. I'm pretty sure I can call it .ts. Actually, no, because there's going to be some React in it. So it's going to be a TSX. All right, let's go. So okay, I'm gonna reread this. Oh, and I forgot to let you. I was not showing the actual thing, so sorry. I talked for a very long time. You couldn't see it. I'm very sorry. We're gonna go back to the testing library, and we're gonna see how to do the setup, because there's a bunch of stuff that's right here. And we're gonna try to make sure we only import anything that we need. So we need to get React, we need to get the functional component types and the React element. Yes, we need to do all of this, React element, and I'm not good at typing. And this one, I will not forget to let you know exactly what I'm doing. So this is all the base, everything for React. Then we need the render options from testing library React. And all the providers, yeah, let's call it all the providers, the same as in the docs, so we actually can, and there's a children, and it's going to return, and for us it's just going to be the children. Okay, and now we have the custom render. Custom render, this is going to be, okay, UI is going to be a React element. Option is something we can do whatever we want with. It can be anything from render options, and that's queries, if I'm not mistaken. Queries, and that is going to return render from testing library, and it's going to render the UI within our wrapper, which is going to be all the providers, and we're going to just like spread the options. Okay. I am going to export everything from testing library, and I am also going to export my custom render as render. Okay, so what did I miss? Render options. I just added twice. Custom element. That's a React element with an actual yes. And I need to export from. All right, so now this is not happy about what I export, missing return type. And that thing is over. Yeah, we're gonna keep that warning for it for now. We're gonna keep the warning for now, and we'll see if we can fix this later on. So we do have our utils. now we are going to actually test our pages. So not our pages, our elements. So we are going to create a new component, and we're going to call it toggle box tsx. Toggle box is going to do whatever it does. It's going to return a button that says click me to open the box. What's in the box? What's in the box? To open the box. And this is going to the box is going to be a paragraph, let's say for now. You opened me, all right. Okay, and this is going to return a React element. Oh, and someone is smoking in the building. That's great. I'm now fully smoked out. And we're gonna do like something a little bit smarter later on, but I just want to get the test working first. So it's gonna be a togglebox test.ts. Actually, it's gonna be a tsx, because once again we're gonna have like a bunch of JavaScript, GSX in it. So TSX is the way to go. So we are going to import testing library just DOM, because we need to have access to the DOM. We're going to import the render and the fire event. And this one is going to be from utils testing we just created, and we are going to just do this. So now what we want to do is do the actual test. So I want to test and my test is going to be you can open the box, and this will look very, very close to jest. You'll see just in a second. Const get by role. We'll see later what we can get. So we're gonna render that toggle box, and we need to of course import it. All right, from my toggle box, and now I need to get by role. I think that's pretty much what I need. And I expect, and within that I will expect, sorry, let's see how I want it to be. I would expect that, let's call it a constant now. Const button. It's gonna be get by role, and get by role is gonna be a button, and that button is going to include, is it name, is it Let me see. So one of the things that TypeScript will give you as well is just like that auto suggestion, where we can see exactly what could be happening. So I think it's going to be name. And name is going to be click me a regex. So I expect my button to be in the document. So that's the first expectation. And the next step is going to be, I expect that when you click on the button, it expand or contract the thing. And I'm gonna actually say const box. This is get by role. This is going to be a text. Linked list, main, marquee, map. Switch, tab, table, text box. I think that's the text box, and I wanted to say it's include opened. I guess it will just like find it here as well. So if you have any question, make sure to let me know. So this one, I'm just gonna see if I actually targeted correctly. All right, so what did I do? Could not find module utils testing. So we need to utils testing, and I'm gonna go and say it's actually going to be easier if it's just called testing. And for this, I will need to update this one. Yes. So I'm going to add path and testing is equal to utils testing. So when I say testing, tsconfig is going to be happy about this one, and the way I have set up my jest, source utils is a module directory, so testing should be correct as well. Running the test. All right, one failed. Document is not defined. So it's a problem within my test utils. Document is not defined. Document is not defined. Okay. Option, render option. Return. I guess first of all, this is useless. Custom render is the render. Document. Consider use JS DOM test environment. Okay, test environment, test environment, test environment. What did I miss? We're gonna see what this is. Oh yeah, well, it's a problem here. I do have GSDOM imported. I'm importing Togglebox. Togglebox is here, that's correct. We're gonna just like remove this for now. Okay, so doc block at the top of the file. Let me see if this is doing a better job. Yeah, let's see if this is doing a better job, and if it's the case, we're gonna just like fix the configuration. No, okay. GSDOM test environment document is not defined. Test environment. All right, we got another. We get another snag. We have just done, right? All right, that's pretty much when we go in for reading some docs. That's it. Let's go into sitting. All right. So, just so I did set up some stuff in my eslint for the browser node, but this has no impact on testing, so it would be jest config if there is anything. So those we don't have yet. We do have helper. That doesn't change anything. Just let me see on Google what we can find. React testing libraries, sounds good. Okay, I'm gonna zoom in for you. Setup file after. Oh, maybe I forgot this. Test environment. Oh, I did forget something. There we go. Done. GS done. All right. Okay, so it is actually working. Thank you, Kent. GitHub issue to the rescue. So now that this is working, what is the problem? Unable to find element text role name. Accessible main button. Okay, so it doesn't like it. Doesn't get old by role. This is going to be a get by display value. By text. Seems like something I really want to get. And that's gonna be if you find that thing. Alright, why can't you find? Oh, get all. Maybe get by role, get by text. I don't want them all, I want this, and this should be working. Alright, so we do have our very first test. That is not what we want, it's just making sure we actually have those things. What we want is to make sure that actually that box is not within the document. But when you click it, it is, and then when you re-click it, it's not, and so on. So this is like, hey Hoofy, so I'm just making a boilerplate for everyone to be able to clone that repo and get starting with their code, in the sense that you can just like create your side project based on this, and you have like all of the stuff already pre-configured. So all the hours I'm wasting today, you don't have to do it. So you get TypeScript set up, you get your unit test set up, you get your you get everything set up basically. It's just as simple as this. So you can just like start and writing your code. You don't have to worry about having misconfiguration and stuff like this. So yeah, are you versed into the React ecosystem or not much? And I guess I'll just continue coding like that very small test. This is just like not really useful. It's just like a proof of concept to make sure that the test is actually working as expected. And then we move to Cypress right after this, and we're going to use the same. We are going to use the same component for this. All right. So first of all, we expect this to be in the document, but we actually don't want it to fail if this is not found. So it's going to be not get by text, but it's going to be query by text. So this one is not gonna fail in case we don't find it. There we go. And we expect the box to be null. All right. So this is gonna fail currently because obviously you opened me, it is found, and we're gonna just like make sure we do not show it. In case it is false, and we're gonna hide it. There we go. This is gonna be passing my test because now it is not found, so this is correct. But what we want is whenever you fire events, so there I need to import it. Fire event So whenever you, come on, fire an event, and that event is going to be a click. So if I fire click on button, I am going to re-render, and I need re-render also as well, right? Yes, I need to export re-render from this guy. Re-render. We're going to re-render as the same thing. No, we don't even need to re-render. Let's not re-render. So when you click on this, I now expect box to be in the document. And that's not an export, it's expect. And that thing, once again, when you click, expect to be null. Alright, so argument of type strings. Do I need to do it the other way around? Or is it? Yeah. Alright. That's where you can see that I'm stupid, and this is just fine. Don't worry, there we go. So I do have my test. This is going to be failing. Obviously, I don't have any logic to do this. So there we go. I expect it to be null, and this is where your test is failing. That's exactly the one you want. And now, welcome, Eric. Hopefully, I will be not too bad at answering the chat. I'm gonna have to learn from you. But yeah, so basically we have our test, all of it is good. So now we're gonna just like have a use state, and this is gonna be a very simple set open. This is a good old use state boolean, and this is going to start as false. So whenever this is here, and on click, please update as the opposite state. All right. So now, if we do this, unless I am mistaken, this should be passing, and I am mistaken. Because I would probably need to refine that thing. That would be actually probably this. We'll see how much. Is it me being mistaken? Alright, so we do have our test, everything is working. It's all good. So now we have our integration testing. Oh, quality for video is getting throttled. You should be able to get like HD 60. Audio is fine. That's great. That's the most important one. You can follow with you can follow with the code. Hopefully, it's big enough. It's actually blown up on my screen. It's actually crazy. But good that the audio is actually good. So we're just gonna be super happy with this. We do have our integration testing for UI ready. Obviously it's not very interesting to test that specific thing, but we'll see like later on. We'll see later on. Yeah, on mobile I would expect like to be like somewhat not throttle. I think you can just like get the quality setting. YouTube should be pretty good about this, having like live encoding and everything. So we added. There you go. There you go. You can see in full glorious HD. You just missed a small let's go to the docs because I don't understand what's going on, but it's good. I'm supposed to know exactly what I'm doing, but I'm not. So we added integration testing. And one thing I really want you to just like grab again is in that case, testing library lets you inspect your components and lets you inspect like hooks and all of those things. That lets you see if like a value change or whatever. But the goal of integration testing when you're speaking about UI really is to test the output, because someday you might not want to use that use state. You might want to call it boxed open, you want to call it whatever, and you don't want to change your test anytime you change something within your component. So it's really important to keep on that idea of always optimizing for change. And anytime you can see something that can change and will break your test, it's probably because your test is not set up correctly. So the goal is, unless obviously you change the whole ID of your component, the whole everything. It's really a case of, I have a component, I want to click on stuff, it shows up, I want to click on other things, it doesn't show up, and so on. So we'll see on later, because obviously this is not really useful. We'll see on how to pass children and stuff like this, but at first I really want to get everything set up. And the next thing on the list is to set up the last, I mean, not necessarily the last, but like the last automated test, which is like the end-to-end testing. So we're gonna test to make sure that our component in a browser, in a page, actually behave the way we expect it to behave. So if I go to, no, let's go back here. We're gonna create like a page, and actually we do already have index. We are going to import our toggle box in index, and we obviously need to import our toggle box from the components. And you see here, that's pretty much the configuration we did in tsconfig, where we say the base is source. This allows us to do those kind of things where we import from components rather than be like to go to the source, then you go to components and stuff like this, and then when you change your page from repertory, 1 out of 2 times it's just not gonna be updating, and then you'll just like have path import problems and stuff like this. So it's always good to have like the base stuff. So the ping cursor is actually a very good feature of Windows, Eric. we don't have zooms, we don't have those things by default, but Windows gives you pink cursors, so there's that. And it's actually it's actually very useful when you develop on a white background. So yeah. And everyone asks me, because in all of my testing, when I take GIFs and everything, I have like my pink cursor going around and clicking on stuff and just like, what are you doing? Yeah. Anyway, you can set up like a few colors and stuff like this. You can set up like the size and all of those things. Yeah, so we just created our toggle box. We are going to make sure that split terminal. Oh boy, what have you done, Jess? It was all great. Why did you hide it here? Okay, we're gonna run our thing, and we are going to go to our nice page, and you can see, you can click, you can close. It's all great. You're just like a rock star when you do it this way. So there you go. Now what we're gonna do is we're gonna just like make sure that that functionality is never going to be broken on that page. And the way we do it is with Cypress. And yes, it is the new Next.js 11. And you'll see that I actually missed some stuff because I probably should have used the new Nextjs tool to create your eslint thing. But I actually created the configuration first, so I had to just like loosely add just the next thing to get like the new rules and everything from Next. Yeah, I should probably have done the other way around and added my configuration on top of it. But I'm fairly confident in this, so we'll get this going. Yeah, I need to get like the same thing as you when someone sends some fire. I need to get like some fire spinning around in my screen, but yeah, that's gonna be fun for a later stage. All right, so we are going to install Cypress. Cypress, really great tool. I will not be able to use the GUI to select which browser I want and stuff like this. We're gonna use like the headless version, just because I'm in the WSL virtual machine, I guess. Virtual machine is maybe not correct, but you get the idea. And the current version of WSL I have is not supporting GUIs yet. The next one will. But we're just gonna do the headless version and it's gonna be just fine. And you'll see exactly what it does. So the first thing we are going to do is we are going to npm install, and this one is gonna be like close here. I don't understand why they just put that here and I don't know. They changed the terminal and I don't know. I don't understand what's going on. But that's fine. They changed the terminal on me. That's it. I'm lost. Where's my terminal? Okay, so we're gonna save dev and we're gonna install Cypress. Let me think of if we need something else. We're not using local storage, so we're gonna not have to care about this one. Yeah, chill Cypress. Yeah. No, we're just gonna be like very simple now, and we're just gonna add Cypress. We're just gonna add Cypress. It's already a big thing. We're gonna make sure it works, and then we're gonna add other things on top of it. But at least we have Cypress set up. The next step is going to create our cypress.json, which is very simple. We put it in the route. Yeah. The reason I'm not using Yarn is just I want it to be as simple as possible, not having like it should be as simple for everyone to jump in. So you install Node, you have npm, you're ready to rock. And to me, like yarn npm and stuff like this, pretty the same thing. So it just really doesn't change much in my life. So usually I'm using npm just to make sure people don't go in and be like, oh, what's going on? What is yarn? And stuff like this. So yeah. So basically the only thing you need to configure in Cypress is really where your stuff is. In my case, it lives in 4000, sorry. And after that, what you need is just create the folder Cypress where all of your thing is gonna live. So you create in the root folder Cypress, and Cypress has a fixed structure, so you need to do like a bunch of stuff. The one that we really want to have is integration. Integration is going to be your integration test, even though, yeah, it really depends. So my thing is going to be called togglebox, and you can use test if I remember correctly, but we're going to use the default that they like, which is spec. You can add plugins, but I'm not gonna have plugins here. And you can add more comments, you can add more stuff. Yeah, so you can TypeScript everything. For Cypress, it's always a hassle, I find, and you really don't care. Like, I really don't care. We could make it TypeScript, but I don't want to configure like all of the Babel thing and everything. So this one as well, simpler. And this is the only place where you actually, to me, the tests, whether they're TypeScript or JavaScript, don't really matter. Obviously, for unit testing, always good to have. It's always good on your unit test to be TypeScript, just because you want it to fail if you change the definitions and you want it to actually have a type error. But for Cypress and stuff like this, we will let it loose. And at some point, maybe we'll just like go over and re-TypeScript everything and configure everything. But I really want to get into actually doing some UIs at some point today, because we're already 2 hours and a half in, and we just had like 3 modules added. So yeah. I'm a slow boy. I am a slow boy. So when you are on, we're gonna do like a very simple test. We're going to do a very simple test, which is just click the button and go on with your life and see if the thing opens. So I am going to describe connect to the home page. Yes, and when I connect to the home page, I am going to describe another levels where we're going to be describe. You can click the toggle box button, and now this is where we're gonna have our test, and it should open the box. All right, so it should open the box. Is going to be very straightforward. We are going to CI no, I know better. CI get, and the CI get, oh, hello Hemin, excellent stack choice, Stitch Radix, latest progress front end. I absolutely agree, and the goal is to get past all of the boring stuff and all of the testing to get into the UI. So we'll get there, and hopefully Eric, I'll have some time to convince you it's actually awesome. So so yeah, especially when you do the Radix thing and you just come in and say, hey, I imported this and I just saved 20 million hours. All right, so we are going to get our thing, and the way Cypress works is so Radix is okay. We can go there in a little bit. This way we can just like take a break out of Cypress. So basically, Radix UI is basically a list of components that is very accessible for. Yeah, it's just like all the primitives that you have in pretty much any React project. But you know, when you have like those collapsible things, and it doesn't work well when you just like have when people tab. It doesn't really work well when people are in accessibility tools in readers and stuff like this. And basically, Radix is a list of those components where someone just like spent a lot of time thinking of all of those accessibility issues, so you don't have to. And basically, it's like they are unstyle. You just have your collapsible, for instance, here, and you basically put your style on top of it, and then it just works. So it's always better to use. The way I see it is, it's always better if you can to use the standard from your browsers, because obviously everyone is like adapting to the standards, but sometimes you need to shell a bit. So for instance, in that case, you could use like how is it called, the summary. So you can use anything you want. So this is the same company that does Stitches and Radix. So obviously they just like show the docs to be used with Stitches. But if you want to use style component on top of it, if you want to use, I don't know, Tailwind UI or whatever, you can just like Tailwind, you can just use Tailwind on top of it if you want to. It makes sense to use Stitches with it. It's just, yeah, it just add a class name. So, yeah, and it goes very well with like all of the concept of like variants and everything. But for instance, if you look at the scroll area, and I'm pretty sure even for them in their docs, they're just like, hey, if you want to use the actual, yes, it's better to rely on native scrolling and stuff like this. Scroll area is kind of the time where the native doesn't let you do exactly what you want to, because, I don't know, the scroll tab here is too fat and you can't change it on Firefox, or Safari is doing something different. Yeah, so yes, React area is also stable, and that's the big thing that Radix-ui is probably battling against, is the fact that Radix is still in alpha/beta, where React area is like already there and everything is good. I have a preference for Radix just because so modules, if you look at the tools that they have, they will soon, trademark, open yeah, the beta, and they will soon open like their actual modules app, which is going to use Radix primitives, and basically it's that thing where it's kind of buying into the ecosystem. It's kind of why do you use I don't know, React or whatever? It's just because you buy into the whole ecosystem. And my side projects are not at the stage where they are in production and making money and having like potentially angry customer. So I'm looking to get like all of those libraries that are very future-proof. Future-proof is like a bad word because you can't really be future-proofed, but it's like the whole ecosystem. I know that Radix is going to work well with Stitches. I know that it's going to work well with modules when they have, or any other tools that they develop. But you can still eject very easily. So for instance, if React area has like a better support for something specifically, I can just like not use the Radix primitive for this, but just the Radix, just use the React area. So we'll get there when we get there. And by the way, this is like probably something that we can use not with like buttons and stuff like this, but we could use summary and stuff like this, like the actual HTML tags. Yeah, and I have high hopes in the modules mission, and I think they just like, the only problem they have is they might be a little bit too future looking. in the sense of CSS is not quite there to support the whole shebang, like the container queries. They're getting there, but they're not deployed to every browser and stuff like this. But once they will, stuff like Radix and Stitches in particular, like Stitches, I think is really the way CSS is moving, like the way CSS is moving too. So I really, yeah. But yeah, Eric, just consider modules, like the actual app that they try to develop is kind of a Figma that actually export your design system, so you can actually use everything there afterwards, just like everything is already prepared and stuff. I've just seen demos and stuff like this, so it's still soon trademark, but the whole ecosystem and the way they prepare everything is yeah, you import the primitive, you style them the way you want, you put your tokens in it, and it's just like it is like a very cohesive world. And I mean, you're way more into design than me, Eric. So when you use like Figma and stuff like this, usually you do your sketches, you do everything, but then you kind of need to redo them in your code and kind of like style match them. Where the goal of modules is just like let the designer do that same work, but then they can just say, hey, put that box with that variant here, and it's gonna work. So to me, that is not a designer. I feel like this is very, very, very great. And to my designer, that is not a coder. She doesn't have to look at pixel value and be like, hey, Arthur, can you please use my design? You put like 14 pixel here rather than 16. Can you please? And it's like a pain. Whereas if you just tell me, hey, use that specific variant, I don't have, and she's setting the variant, she can update the variants and everything. I just don't have to worry too much about this and worry more about like the actual logic of it. So yeah, that's really like the vision that I really buy into. And that's why I'm willing to get into something that is not necessarily super stable in terms of APIs. Like they changed the scroll area a week and a half ago. If you want, you can still stay on the last version, but I mean, they're a startup, they're moving quickly and they're deploying a lot of stuff. So yeah. Anyway, that was the small discussion on Radix and everything. But yeah, let's get some tests going in. So Cypress, when you test stuff in Cypress, you have multiple ways of matching things. So you can match buttons, you can match text, you can match a lot of different things. What they recommend, which sometimes I'm agreeing, sometimes I'm not, is to actually match on data IDs. Yeah. Let's do your groceries, Eric, and thanks for jumping around. This time, like it's reversed. You're in the chat and I'm in the video. We'll have to get we'll have to get Discord going on so we can actually chat rather than just like look at the actual chat. And I think YouTube has like a pretty strong delay, so you might be already gone. But yeah. So the way Cypress really wants to do your thing is to match on data IDs, and you're just gonna be here and say toggle box button whatever. I can see why I'm not 100%. I'm not 100% sold on this, but let's use this for now. We just want to test if the we just want to test if the everything is actually working, and then like that whole test, like that whole component doesn't matter. It is just a thing, and we just want to test Cypress working. So when this is tested, we want to get the there we go, and we're gonna just like be data ID command. And this one is going to be called, and I think we probably shouldn't be using this. That's probably a bad idea. Data ID is going to be toggle box. Not great, but it should. And the thing is be visible, I think, if I remember correctly. Okay, so we have a thing. We can add like more clicks and everything, but we're gonna slow down on Cypress. We just really want it to be working, and that's pretty much it. So what we're gonna do is we are going to add some Cypress scripts, and it's very difficult to be restrained to the a very small screen. Where's my vertical screen? What's going on? All right, so I am going to add a Cypress, and as I said earlier, I am bound by the WSL to not add GUIs. If I were in actual VM, if I were like remote on that computer, I would have like the GUI and everything, but we're gonna just Cypress it, and for it it's Cypress run, if I'm not mistaken. And Cypress run is going to run an endless version of it. And we'll see what I missed in the configuration. All right. So while this is, oh, actually failed. So what is really, really cool about Cypress is when it does fail, it will actually give you screenshots of stuff that failed. And it looks like, oh yeah, sure, I need to visit stuff first. Can I get out? Yeah. So it will get you like screenshots, you'll get like an actual videos of reveal in Explorer. There we go. You get an actual video of it, of like Cypress trying, and you'll be able to debug and everything. So this is very, very convenient. Before we do anything, we are going to save our lives and our bandwidth and everything. And we're going to add some stuff to our Gitignore. So we really don't want to send screenshots, and we really don't want to send videos, especially. All right. So first of all, we have this. It's good. Now we are going to fix our spec thing, because obviously I am a little bit stupid. Yeah. So when you visit to this, you should be having this. And I should probably have put this into a context. Yeah, I should probably have done this into a context. Let me double check. Yes. All right. So, context, I am, no. Please don't auto. My context is going to be, do you use new Cypress component testing where you can mount the component? No. You can. In my case, I'm going to use Cypress as the actual end-to-end testing. So it's going to be really like the log into a page, visit a page, do your thing on the page and make sure the page is working. It's really like the user one. The mounting process of like the integration testing is going to be done by React testing library that I just set up before, where we actually mount each component and we can just say, hey, that component is supposed to be doing those things. Cypress is really more about, to me, the actual test, and you can just like have a whole test plan and you say, hey, when people click on calendar, they should see that calendar. When people do that thing, they should visit that page. You can mount everything. I'm not sure if there are big benefits, but I really like to use like specific tools for specific tasks, and testing library is actually a very good tool. So, and I don't want to test component the same way twice. So yeah, but yeah. Visiting the home page. So I'm visiting the home page. Within that context, I should be having access to all the stuff that I need, and I am missing something. I am missing a brain. There you go. But I mean, if there is something that you can teach me about Cypress mounting and why it would be better, I am 100% for it. And we are going to actually also set in our context. I should probably no, that's fine, that's fine. Yeah, let's just give it like a viewport. Very small viewport, and we're gonna have like multiple of those tests for like mobile, tablets and things later on, but I just want to make sure everything is good. So in my context, I'm visiting the thing. That sounds good. I did. Oh, drag and drop, yes. So for instance, for drag and drop, well, the testing library gives you some dumb things when you import the React DOM. Where are you? Components. The jest DOM, sorry. Maybe it's missing some. For the drag and drop, I must admit that it's first of all, it's not something I do often, and this is the kind of things where I would do it in Cypress, like in the actual go to that page, upload an image by clicking, upload an image by dragging and dropping it. And it's really a question of, okay, so you have your static typing, which is like the base, super inexpensive to do. You run it before you actually compile everything. It's in your browser, in your VS Code. Then you got the unit testing that is like really, really cheap. So you can test a million things. It's going to take like a few seconds. Then you get the integration testing, where it becomes a little bit more because you mount stuff, you do your things. I like to do some stuff there for components like sidebars, closing, opening, and stuff like this. So you can isolate problems. But to me, the end-to-end that is at the end is actually the longest process. It takes a long time for Cypress to go over all the test cases and everything, but also something that's very, very powerful because it's probably the test that gives you the most information. It's just, it is long to run. So for those cases, Cypress, yes. I would do it in Cypress, like the regular Cypress. And maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm not. I guess this one is like a preferences. So what happens? Did I rerun it? And we'll have to make sure those things are described is not defined and everything. We'll have to see. Okay, so I did run it. Does it connect? Does it connect? Does it connect? It still doesn't connect. What is going on? Do I need to do it within the it? Yes, I do. Because I am once again stupid. I am once again super stupid. All right, and you can see like it's a little bit slower. And it is not working, but we'll see that it's not working now because it can't find the stuff. Yeah, what's going on? VS Code. Yeah, it's just like it can't get those things because we didn't set up that specific ID. So we are going to set those specific IDs. Let's remove everything. Let's go back to our toggle box and let's go back to this guy here. So I'm always torn with that data ID because it is something that the user that use your website can't see. So if your button says login, but the data ID is correctly set, there's a chance that they will not want to click on login, they want to open the box. But at the same time, targeting stuff on text is actually not super great, because what happens when you switch languages? What happens when you do those things? So do I plan to add storybook? So yeah, so ASCII and storybooks are two things that I am having trouble convincing myself to use in depth. And it's always more pain than this is gaining you, because seeing the component and seeing how it reacts and everything is good, but in some sense that's what you're doing like all day long on your computer. So when you're just like developing, so I don't know, maybe it's because I'm not grasping the whole thing. And it's always the case of you have your best practices and you have your best everything. I think TypeScript, unit testing, integration testing, a bit less, but yes, and end-to-end testing are like the big chunk of the test you want to have. You can add more safety and stuff, but you know, when you're just like doing your side project and you're or you're in a company and you want to work on your stuff, having a finite number of test things you have to do is very useful as well. And it is always a balance of how much confidence do you get with that added thing, library or whatever, versus how much time or mental space does it take. So maybe if we get there before 4 and we get like some UI components and we get the GraphQL backend and everything, which I don't think we're gonna get, maybe we're gonna get to add ASCII and storybook, but yeah, in general I don't. So we'll see where we get. Okay, so my button is here and we are going to add some data ID, which in that case is gonna be that bad boy, and some data ID here, which is the box. So using this makes it way more resilient to change. When you change your text, you change your copy, you change your everything. I'm always torn, and yeah, we'll see what happens. And probably in that case I would even have an ID string here and pass that ID here as well, rather than toggle box. Yeah, something like this. There you go. I would probably add something like this to actually be able to target that specific thing, rather than just conflicting with other things. And you'll see that one of the things with static typing, very useful, it's basically free to run, and just say, hey, you need an ID here. And the way you do it is then you go in and you just say, hey, give me this, generate me a UID, for instance, and you're in business. ID string is not assignable to type string. Oh yeah, sure. That's when you're stupid. That's what you get. And you probably even want to jam those into here. All right. No. What I want is to format. All right. So one problem here is getting that actual value is a pain. It's always bad and stuff like this. So what I really like to do usually is like have like a data ID TS. And those are called IDs. And this is just toggle box homepage. Come on, you can do it, Arthur. And this is going to be that guy here. All right. And now this guy here is going to be ID. Toggle box ID. Let's go. As a const, everything is happy. We are happy, and now I can just like import IDs, and here I'm pretty sure because I didn't configure all of the stuff. Actually, don't need to go here. Yes, I need to go here. Source data IDs. And there it goes. So yeah, and this way, first of all, you know exactly when you have collision and stuff like this. You also know which ID you use and stuff like this. You can technically use like hydration and stuff like this, but when you use next, and there's like a part that is server-side render, a part that's client-side render, it's stupid. It works very, very great. So yes. And I will have to import. It's not gonna work. We'll have to see, because I think it is. Cypress should be able to run that thing. We'll see. Yes. All right. And if you go to the screenshots, there's nothing more in the screenshots because actually everything passed, so you don't have to worry of anything, and you can still look at the video if you want to. So we are going to reveal here. We're going to go here and playback. I can pretty much speed slower. Yeah, maybe it's like a bit too fast. G. No, not exactly what I want. Please. Oh. No. Go out. Okay. I'm not good at keyboard shortcuts on VLC. That's fine. Just wanted to go frame by frame, but all right. So all of this is passing. It's not about the imports, but I'm not quite sure because it never were a problem for me. We'll let it there for now. Cypress is officially configured. So we're super happy. We're gonna add, oh, I should have put my, added Cypress end-to-end testing. There we go. That's where I need like some confetti and stuff like this. I probably need to resend that thing here now that we have new people in the chat. if you want to follow with me and just like even do pull request or whatever if you want to. So the goal really for the new people is, now that I've set up all of the required testing things, I am going to add a very small backend. So the backend that I envision is something that's deployable to serverless frameworks, because we're going to use Vercel at some point to deploy our project. And my preference is always to use like a GraphQL endpoint. So there is multiple reasons for this. One of them is like kind of a life hack. Vercel lets you only have a certain number of API routes. I think it's 15. Well, if you do have a GraphQL endpoint, it's pretty much the endpoint that does everything. So you don't have to sign up for anything crazy expensive. Another side effect of this is your endpoint, when your website is often used, is always warm, because it's pretty much always the same endpoint that's getting hit. So it's always warm. You don't have like those, oh, it's been 2 days since you used your website and people try to log in, it takes 2 seconds to start like the serverless Lambda and stuff like this. So this is a second life hack. And just in general, I have a strong feeling that GraphQL is suitable for pretty much all of the most of the REST use case. There are still use cases where REST is like far superior, but in most of the time, like GraphQL is going to be more convenient to develop on. So you don't have to create your routes for this thing, and then you have like route with extra, then you have like route lean, because you don't want to send more things. So, and you don't want to have like those includes that kind of suck and just say include this and this and this, and it's just like it's a pain to maintain. And GraphQL is a very good framework for this. The second reason I really like GraphQL is I have on the back burner another project that actually makes graphical, so it's called GON, for graph object notation, which is basically a JSON for graphs, which is like a superset of JSON. And I am trying to plug this into GraphQL because it makes a lot of sense. Anyway, this is a different things, but this is like a very big interest of mine. I'm also buying into the GraphQL ecosystem a little bit, and yeah. All right, so let's go for our backend. The backend is going to be a big thing. So there's lots of moving pieces. Obviously, if you want to just do this, the bare minimum, source page API hello.ts, and you just like export default function, and it gets like a rec and a res, and it returns hello world, actually just res.json here. And I will, oh, come on, I will need to add all of the let me think, which one is it? Okay, I'll have to cheat and go to it's been a long time since I've not done GraphQL. Nextjs API routes. I just want TypeScript. Give me the TypeScript ones. Deployment. TypeScript. Yes, please. Yes, exactly this. Exactly this one. right. And it returns void or whatever. Which is not true, but before exporting as module default. Sure. All right. Oh, sorry. You can see I didn't put the thing on the right. Yeah, that's my bad. API. Oh yeah, I missed something. Okay, well, so yeah, I need to go here, and we don't even need to just exit this void. We'll live with this. Tape response. This is going to be a text, which is a string. All right. So yeah, so basically you have that thing. If you just want to do like the bare minimum, it is helpful for viewers seeing official docs. Yes. So it's like what I copy pasted is like that thing. Basically, it's like if you just want to have like an API route, it's very simple. You do your thing. You connect your database and everything. What I want to do is actually create the whole GraphQL server. So it actually includes a lot more moving pieces, and it's actually a pain to set up. But once you set up, it's great. So once again, we're taking the pain for us today, and we are going to be laughing after. Once all of this is done, we're going to be using GraphQL. It's going to be nice, and you won't have to have done any configuration. So one of the things that we need at first is pretty much all of the moving pieces of GraphQL. So we're going to npm install, and this one we're going to save it. It's not a dev, so we need the Apollo server micro because we're gonna make it live within serverless functions. So we just want the micro thing. We are going to need a lot of other things. So we're gonna need the GraphQL package. We are going to need the Prisma client. We are going to need Nexus. So Nexus is going to be something that we're going to explore later. Basically, it's just like designing your schema, not in the GraphQL schema, but and by the way, if you have questions on GraphQL and everything, feel free to ask. Yeah, so we're gonna have the Nexus, and we're also gonna have the Nexus Prisma to actually connect Nexuses and Prisma together. And we'll see the front end later. We'll start with this. We will start with all of this, and let me try to think if I am missing something. I'm gonna look at that config here. Yeah, I think we're good. Okay. So we are in our GraphQL thing. We're gonna just like restart the server because obviously new packages. And let's go. So at first we need to create the server. So we're gonna create the server, and this one is gonna be from Apollo server micro. We're gonna import our schema because that's the most important thing in GraphQL world. And this is going to be from GraphQL schema. I think so. We're gonna also create our context. Create context. I'm slightly worried that it is GraphQL context. We'll see what am I missing. Oh, and there we go. I am getting smoked again. Sorry. Some neighbors. That's what you pay when you open your window. All right. So what we want is we want the Apollo server to be a new Apollo server. Is it capitalized? Apollo server. Should probably have given me this. Oh. It should probably have given me this from the first try. And so the context is going to be create context. Our schema is going to be our schema. Yeah, sure. And we're going to create that context and everything afterwards. And the tracing is going to be process env depending on the node environment. It's going to be traced when we are in development. There we go. And we're going to have to create those GraphQL things, and we're going to do everything on the schema and here. I'm just going to create yeah, let's create this first. So here in my source, new folder, GraphQL, we're going to create the schema.ts, and we're also going to create our context.ts. So in the schema, we are going to make the schema. So for this, we're going to use nexuses. So it's going to be import make schema. And yeah, and once again, if you have questions, feel free to ask. I'm trying to power through it because I'm a little bit late. Yeah. So basically, the whole thing that we're gonna do is rather than writing the schema ourselves, we're gonna make sure that schema is defined by the code that we make, and that's where Nexus is very, very useful. It is going to provide, if you change something into Prisma, like the database, it's going to just like float it up to the schema in GraphQL. So it's very, very useful. And let's say we're going to have like a user things that we're going to have like in types. And I'm going to create this right now. Types, we're going to have we're gonna have an index.ts, but we're also gonna have like a user.ts. Yeah. And the user, we're gonna see it a little bit after. Yeah, it's kind of, that's gonna be a lot at once, but it's kind of, we need to go through it. So yeah, it's not ideal, but it is what it is. So we're gonna have a user, and we're gonna export our thing that's been called schema, and this is going to be a make schema of a bunch of stuff. The types are going to be user for now. There's going to be no plugins for now. I probably should like let it go. And the output is the most important one. We need the type gen to be within the path join. It's process CWD. Yes, and then it's going to be source generated, and that's what we configured at the beginning. So this one, the typegen, is going to be for the nexuses themselves. Typegen.ts. There we go. And the second one is going to be the schema. So the actual schema that we're going to return. And this one is going to be the schema.graphql. Please format. All right, so it's not looking to find any user here, and the reason is because we didn't define any schema. All right. Okay, now we are going to create our user thing, and this is where we go into like the Nexus syntax, and I don't want to get too much into it, so maybe it's actually better if I just do a query. Yeah, let's just do the query. The queries, yeah. Well, we'll just do the queries. Queries. There you go. Let's just do the queries. It's gonna be way easier, and that's really what we want. We want okay, so I want the query types from nexuses, and I am going to export queries. It's a query type with a bunch of stuff. The definition of it is t.string hello is going to resolve to a function that returns hello world. All right. So this is correct, this is correct, this is correct. And okay, so basically we're just creating our first resolver that pretty much just like expects you to send a hello and you return and you get back like a hello world. What we can do is actually call it something a little bit different. It's gonna be ping pong. There we go. Okay, so we do have our sorry, this was not the we're gonna get there, we're gonna get there. This is not the context, this is the schema. This is the schema, and this one is the context. Okay, so we have a schema. We're just gonna grab those queries. It's gonna be processed, be spit out as a schema for GraphQL, and now what we need is to create our context. And the context is pretty much what we're gonna add into like the context of the whole GraphQL things. So it's where we're gonna store our Prisma client. It's where we're gonna store what user is logged in and stuff like this. So I think we can probably create context. This is going to return a context. That we need to define. Do I want to define an empty? Yeah, sure. Empty interface, let's go. Sure, not happy. It's gonna be fine for now. And this is going to be not hello, but it's going to be a string. All right, so we do have our context now. And basically, we are just missing a few things now. Apollo server. Import declaration, conflict local declaration of Apollo server. Oh yeah, sure. Server, yes, that's what we want. And now what we want is we're just gonna pass this to next. So export default is gonna be server create handler, and this is going to be on path API GraphQL. Can't find. What do you mean? GraphQL schema. Alright, it's all good. So now that we can rerun this, we should be good to go into there we go. We should be good to go into our local host. I'm gonna zoom in here, slash API GraphQL, and Apollo Micro provides the whole thing first. And basically now we should be able to ask for ping and get return pong. Okay, looks like we're not getting a pong back. Yes, we are not getting a pong back because we because I am a little bit stupid, and we need to generate everything. So you'll see, like, in the generated folder, now that we've run it once, it actually created a bunch of stuff, and I have it here. So what is going on? What did I do badly? What did I do badly? Oh, I need to not parse the body. Yes. So I need to also export a config. That's this one. Sorry, I need to format. Yes, please. All right. All right, so now if we go back, when we ping, we get ponged. So basically, like, the whole body export is just like, please don't filter the body, it's fine. We're taking care of this, it's all good. So yeah, ping, pong, we're good to go. It's all working, we're all good. Now, what we need to do is actually plug in our Prisma client, because GraphQL is nice, we can return static things, but in the end what we really want is to plug in a database, because a backend without a database is not really useful. So yeah, to plug that database we are going to use Prisma, and Prisma and Nexuses are they are going very well together. They are going, I mean, they're made by the same company. Nexus is the part that generates the schema. Prisma is the part that actually fetch the data. And there's like that middle layer, which is Nexus Prisma, that was used to be called Nexus Prisma Client, I think. But that specific version was deprecated, and there's a bunch of stuff that they wanted to change. So Nexus Prisma is the one that is there, and I'm gonna show you where we are with this. Nexus Prisma, let's go, because it's also possible that yeah, Nexus plugin Prisma. This is the one that is there. Currently rewriting the whole thing. So when you look for Nexus Prisma, you might want to. Well, the first thing you're gonna find is the old one, which is still fine. It's all good, but you probably want to get the latest version, and the latest version is always difficult to find, but it's always where are you? Nexus Prisma. That's next. Sorry. Okay, we're gonna just like do some basic cleaning here. Nexus Prisma npm. All right, so this one is like way newer in the sense of, and I do have the Prisma client, right? I do have the Prisma client. Yes, all good. So it's way newer. There's a bunch of stuff that might change or whatever. But yeah, that's where we are at the moment. And there's still some stuff. There's still some stuff that you might want to block to be super careful about this. You might want to also get like a few versions behind, and we'll see where we get there. Once we get there, it's always a journey to plug those. But once it's plugged, you're just like in business, and you're ready to rock, because then once all of this is set up, it's all good. So we are going to create our Prisma client and everything that we have with this. So using that, and I can probably go to their GitHub. Oh, it's not even listed here. Not to be used. Yeah, that's fine. And this is going back to the other one, right? Yeah. Graphical Nexus, Prisma. No, sorry. Yeah, this one is the old one. I have to find a new one, but yeah. Usage, it's all good. So we're gonna create our Prisma, like the general Prisma thing. So let me go back to the code. And you know what? I'm gonna consider this to be added Nexus graphical endpoint. This is probably a good thing. Okay, so you can keep on following if you're following on the GitHub. We are going to create everything that we need for our Prisma thing. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to set it outside of this. We're going to create a Prisma / schema Prisma. There we go. And that's where we're going to make the whole Prisma schema live. So I should probably copy paste this, but you know what, we need to get better and type everything. So the first thing we need is the data source. So our database is going to be a provider, which is going to be Postgres. And for those that wonder how do I get like those auto completion and everything, this is because I have like the Prisma plugin for VS Code, and this is going to come from the env database URL. Yes, this one is very straightforward. This is like the base. So we need a generator as well. We need a client, and this one is going to be the provider is going to be Prisma client JS. Oh, sorry. Don't have much choices, and also need a second generator, which is going to be the Nexus Prisma. and this provider is going to be Nexus Prisma. Yes. All right, and now we have a model, and that model is going to be our user, and for now it's going to be an ID, which is going to be a string. It's going to be a default CUID, and this is an ID, and we're going to have just a name. All right, so we got a schema. We're good. Now that we have a schema, we will at some point need the migration and stuff like this, but let's not worry too much about this first. We need to generate our client. So Prisma client, the way it works is you have your schema, and on your schema you're just gonna generate a client. So it will just like create all the types and all those things. They are not dynamic, they are just like built. So when you are developing, anytime you change the schema itself, you need to rebuild the client, and the client itself is what's going to be like typed and everything. And you'll see, like, if you remove name, for instance, but you still use name on other places in your application, they like the client rebuilt is going to be like, hey, I don't know what name is, so please don't use name. And that provider, the Nexus provider, is the one that we're going to plug into the Nexuses to basically just say fetch users and fetch the ID and the name. So yeah, that's pretty much it. So the thing that we're gonna do now is just to make sure that we can actually build the whole Prisma, the whole Nexuses, and after that we're gonna do like the codegen on the other side that just like fetch everything. So yeah, we're gonna look at this, and to do this, are we going to np exist, or are we going to create a script? We're going to create a script, and that script is going to be called generic. Let's not be that's going to be Prisma generate. All right. And for this, I'm pretty sure I need to install Prisma as a CLI tool. I don't have Prisma here. Yeah, I'll have to install Prisma as a CLI tool. You can use npx if you want. You can use a globally installed one if you want. I like my thing to be like self-contained and not asking people to install anything. So I need Prisma, and do I need Prisma CLI? No, it's just Prisma, I think. All right. Prisma generate, Prisma thing, it just loaded it. I have an error. Cannot find module TS node. Yes, I need to find the module TS node. Sure. And we're gonna also install TS node dev, I think it's called, for when we want to just like watch stuff. Oh, and there's a problem within TS node. We'll see this later. Let's go generate. All right, all good. We got our Prisma client. We are gonna actually use this in our context now, and we're gonna pass this into our context, which is graphql context. Yes, and we're basically going to just like put this here. Prisma client. And now we are going to just go in and say Prisma is going to be a Prisma client. All right. And we're going to return Prisma here. And that context doesn't have this anymore. All right. So now within our context, we will have pretty much like access to the whole Prisma client everywhere. And you'll see on the nexuses when this is done. You know what? Let's do users now. Let's do a user right now. So we're going to create a user.ts, and that user is going to be coming from Prisma. So I need to import Nexus Prisma. All right. We're gonna import the object type and no. I know better. Object type from Nexus. And we are also going to import what the context is. So the context for us, and I mean, if anyone in the chat has like question and everything, because all of this is like it's a little bit nebulous when you're not familiar with all of this, but it makes sense. I can explain most of it once you get into the habit and like the reasoning of the Prisma and the GraphQL and everything. So we're gonna create a user type. You know what? Let's call it as user model, and let's call it user. So this one is an object type. I'm just confused. It's never read. Okay, all of this is good. So we're gonna create this. We're gonna create this, and we're gonna say this as a name, and this as a name from the user model. Give me the name. So basically, what Nexus Prisma does, it just like transform your schema that you come from Prisma, and just like gives you those all of those kind of things that you can act on. So of course it will give you like the description. If you want to do description, you can have access to the ID and the name. So the name, and you'll be able to just like, once again, have access to the description when you just like add description to the Prisma schema itself. So it's just like an helpful thing. So when we just go in and change that user thing, it's gonna update everywhere else. So basically, you create those Nexus types, and then the database itself drives the whole graphical schema. So you don't have to worry about types. You don't have to worry about all of those, which is kind of usually bad. So we do have a description. If I can type it, description. There's no description. Description. Are you deprecated? Provided trees adoption and will be removed in Vif 16. All right. Sure. Sure. So we're gonna have a definition of it, and that definition is gonna be very simple. They're gonna be fields, and there's gonna be user model ID name. We want to keep it, so it's gonna be called ID for this one. And it's gonna be the user model ID. T field. This one is going to be the user model name. Missing documentation for this model. Yes. Gonna have those as well. So for instance here, exposed to the public, and that's a name of the user. All right. And of course I would need to npm run generate. Yes. Okay, so we do have our user, it's all good, except it's never used. So not very useful for us. So what we're gonna have to do is get user queries. And this is going to be a query type, so we need to add this to, okay, perfect. And we're gonna do the same as what we did in the queries. We're gonna add a very simple resolver. So I have a definition, and now we need to say t dot non-null. So I want to return a non-null list of non-null users. So there we go, non-null. It's a little bit weird when you first type it, but yeah. And it's gonna be called user, and there's gonna be of type user, and the resolve is going to be async we don't need anything yet because we're gonna just like do a very basic one. Return. All right, user queries, and now we want to export user and user queries. There we go. Format that. Let's go. And index is gonna be user, and here we're gonna export those user and user queries, which means that in our schema, not what we want now is the user queries, and we're gonna put all of those here. And I'm pretty sure the queries needs to be, if I do this, I should have an error. Yes, I do, because queries have been already, already defined queries. So I'm just gonna table those for now. And we also saw that there was a little bit of check failed. So pure dependency validation does not officially support 25. Yeah, okay, so they're gonna catch up. So Prisma client is a little bit ahead. We're gonna try with this, and then we're gonna just like downgrade if there's anything. All right. So now, if I go to my documentation, I'll see that what I actually have is now, rather than the ping query, I do have the user query, and user is going to return an ID a name, and a type name. So I didn't connect the database yet. So basically I just hard-coded to be returning like a user, but that's what we are gonna do right after. And once again, if you have any question, let me know. And we're just gonna return like a very simple user. I'm not sure what this is here, context. Yeah, we're gonna use it. Yeah, we're gonna use it now. So rather than returning like an empty array, which is correct in that case, but we want to return actually the users, and I'm going to just like await. So this is going to be within the context. And the context needs to come from here. So there's the source, and I mean, I don't care about the source, I don't care about the arguments. I only care about the context, which is going to be a context. For now. Is not happy about this. Okay, sure. We'll just have stuff that we don't use yet. Okay, so the context. There we go. Context. We are going to ask for the prisma. We're going to ask for the users, and we're gonna have to find many. And we don't care about how many we have, and we return this. Okay, so that is going to work, except we didn't define any database yet, so there is no real point on. Oh, sorry. I was not on the right thing. So that's what I did. I just changed the resolve. I just changed the resolve to actually query stuff from Prisma rather than returning like an empty array. The problem is that Prisma, our Prisma that we have in the context here, that new Prisma client, doesn't connect to anything because we never specified our database URL, we never specified any of this, so it just doesn't do anything. And there's many ways you can do it. So you can create like a local database, pop up like a Docker and get a Postgres database, and you're going. What we're gonna do is actually we're gonna go into Superbase, which is a database made for serverless for the whole like Jamstack. But rather than using Superbase as a package, we're gonna use Superbase as like just a database, and we're gonna connect with Prisma to it. Yeah, down the line we're gonna have that flexibility of going on the back end with like a regular Prisma database, and if we want to change to RDS, if we want to change to whatever, we can. It also means that on the front end we'll be able to use Superbase listening services, listening capabilities to actually look for change and stuff like this. So this is going to be very helpful for us without locking us into the Superbase ecosystem too much. And this is the same, it's kind of the same if we were to be using like something like FaunaDB. It's really great. There's a lot of stuff that's really great, but it kind of locks you up into that specific ecosystem that I'm not sure that 100% of my project are going to use. Whereas like a database, like whether it's Postgres, MySQL, or whatever, will always have a database most of the time. And if it's not having a database, I can just like nuke that whole part of the thing. Like let's say I'm using like Firebase or something like this. I can just like nuke that whole, or even for now, for that case. But in general, connecting to regular old database, standard things, good idea. All right. So we are going to create an env. So we are going to create an env, which is going to be example in English.env. And basically in that thing, we're going to have like a database URL. And that is going to be like something like Postgres, PostgreSQL, and blah, 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 blah. User password at host dash ports dash schema. Yeah, looks good. So this one is the example that you can be able to pull if you want. I'm going to duplicate that one and call it .env, which is going to be my env, and I'm gonna put that one into Getting so you won't get my database my database connection. And we are going to go to Superbase. So Superbase, really cool. They are still in beta. Superbase, they're still in beta, but they have like a lot of good things. Basically, their thing is you can create a new thing. So I'm gonna create a new name, and this is gonna be starting blocks once again. You know what? I'm going to I'm going to get into the please don't steal my oh, you know what? No, just talking. Please don't steal my password and everything. Yeah, so I'm going to just like very quickly okay, let's create a very strong password. I need a stronger password. What? I need a stronger password? What do you mean? Okay, I'm gonna get there. I'm gonna get there. I just need to generate a good password generator. Yes. Is it because this is not long enough? I need a stronger password? What? Symbols are not allowed, but you want a stronger password. What do you mean? I think their thing is broken because this is a pretty strong password. Oh, it's because I was using. Oh, okay. It's because I was using. Yeah, let's just. Yeah. Password is strong, and it's gonna be East US. Yes. And I'm gonna add a new one. starting blocks, and the password is gonna be that. All right, we're back. All right, so now the database itself is being created. I'm gonna get like a Postgres everything, and we're gonna have to run some migration at some point. We're gonna just like create everything, and we'll just go over all of this, and we can just look at Prisma client migration. All right. So you do your thing. It's gonna create your thing. It's just like needs to know what's going on. You have your migration history. You can push and do your thing. So basically, it's like you're gonna be able to manage everything. Yeah, you're gonna be able to manage everything. From the Prisma client itself. So updating the schema, changing everything, it's gonna be great. All right, and now we just wait a little bit. And while this is actually building, I'm just gonna take like a very small break to get something to eat, like a 2-minute one. I guess starting soon is not correct, but yeah. right. So it looks like database was created. So rather than create everything here in the interface and everything, we're gonna let Prisma deal with all of that. And that's where we have like all the Prisma migrate, sorry. And we are going to run all of this. So let me see the way I want to do this, because I don't want to use the Prisma CLI. I would like to get like actual scripts. Migrate. There we go. And what we want is not migrate, it's gonna be migrate add. That, and then we should be able to pass this here. And migrate is gonna be a different thing, it's gonna be push. Where is db push? There we go, and I think there we go, push through db push. I'm pretty sure it's like Prisma db push. We're just gonna try, and we're gonna wing it. It's gonna be db push. All right, let's go here. So I just created those two. We'll see how good it is. And you know what? I actually need to get into my settings. Settings, wait, no, database. I'm not showing you this just because there's my password. So I'm pretty much creating my yeah, so I'm creating like the string to connect to my actual database. And obviously I will have to put my password myself. So I'm gonna just like grab all of those, and you don't need to know my password. So here I'm connecting to the regular, this database name is going to be Postgres. User is going to be Postgres, and my password is going to be, you don't need to know. You don't need to know my password. Standing blocks, give me that. All right. So my env is set up. It looks just like that env, but with the actual values. And we are going to try to migrate add, and let's call it init. All right, so this created my migration, and if you look at the migration, it just created everything that I need. And if I go to my table editor, I have now my users and also all the migration that was run. Oh, sorry, I didn't see it, I didn't show it. So yeah, so I just ran my migration from Prisma, and you can see it just created my user with my ID, my name, columns. It also created like the Prisma migration, and we're back to smoking. I will have to put like an extinctor or something. That's bad. Yeah, so, and basically we're just gonna not touch much of that user interface. We're gonna just like do everything within Prisma itself. And what it means is if we were to create that new tables and that new schema, so I'm sorry, on a new server and everything, there is no manual action that I have done. Prisma is just going to run all the migration one by one and get into the same structure as the one that I have here. Obviously, I could do it locally, but my goal is to get this to be hosted online. So that's what we want. All right. And if any of the viewers have any questions, make sure to ask in the chat. I can just like always do a refresher of what I'm doing. It's been now like a 4-hour stream or something, so obviously new people. Yeah, so we don't have to worry too much about Prisma anymore. You know what? I am going to add a new row, and this is a primary key, and then there's going to be a author. Field cannot be empty because this is can I have like a user ID? You know what? I'm gonna just like generate a UUID here. There we go. It's not perfect. We're gonna do the job. All right, which means that now if I go to my playground, invalid Prisma, find many. Okay, Prisma not found, database URL. Oh, I need to restart that thing. Yeah, and you see now that coming from my GraphQL, everything is plugged into my database that lives online, which means that starting from now, if I wanted, I could just like host everything on Verso, and everything would be good to go. Everything is going to be plugged into already hosted database, and the backend is pretty much set. So I am going to call this one a win. We're gonna commit, and we're gonna say connect GraphQL to Prisma client, Prisma client, and what do we want to say? And sync database. All right, there we go. So the next step, once this is done, is going to be to actually be able to query the GraphQL endpoint on the front end. So when I go to my front end, I want to be able to query the GraphQL endpoint, and I want to get all the types. I want to get all the SWR goodness. That is going to be very different because I'm going to use graphql-codegen, but it's the same as React query is the same as SWR. Same thing, it's just like it plugs better to graphql-codegen. And yeah, that's going to be the last like backend like code heavy things, and after that we're going to be moving to the actual UIs. So that's great. All right, so graphql-codegen. Let's go. Whew. We're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. So what we want is we're gonna install a bunch of new things. So save dev. Everything is developer from graphql-codegen. React query is gonna be a dependency, but all the rest is. So graphql-codegen CLI, I think we're gonna need. We're gonna need GraphQL, codegen. And let me copy paste this because we're gonna have this. So we need introspection. We're gonna need, we need TypeScript. We're gonna need TypeScript operation, and this one I'm straight pulling from my notes because obviously I don't remember all of this. Operation, we're gonna need the same. TypeScript React query. All right. What do we need also? We need Codegen is pretty much gonna be this. All right, and then we're gonna have to install Codegen TypeScript operation latest is not in npm registry. Oh, it's because it's operations. There you go. Oh, Codegen TypeScript is not here. What did I mistype? TypeScript. Graphql-codegen. Oh, GraphQ. Oh, okay. Yeah, I need to just like put some L's there. It's a big lose, multiple big lose. GraphQL. Yeah. All right, fetch all of this. And then we're gonna have to add the React query dependency that we're gonna actually have to get. To make sure we, yeah. All right, new vulnerability. Nice. I love it when I install new things and they're vulnerable. We're gonna have to just like look at this a bit later. And I'm gonna just then React query, which is like the SWR, like that idea of like having like a query library that just like do the retries, do the caching, do all of those. And Codegen is really the one that's gonna create all of the hooks, all of the things for connecting via React query, connecting to our backend. So yeah. So now the fun begins. And I'm gonna just like close a little bit of stuff because we really don't need all of this. We are gonna create a new file. It's gonna be called codegen.yaml. Let's use YAML. Oh, did I unplug? Come on, WSL, you can do it. Come on, WSL. Oh. Oh, there is. Okay. It's gonna be interesting. We'll see if WSL is dying. I guess we really can't expect something to work for a very long time. So the schema is actually, it's, oh. All right, we're back. A good old refresh. Okay. So one of the good things when you are in the same repo and you do like all of your schema and everything is you can actually like you share the same schema. So if you have the common repo, you can have like your backend and your front end sharing the same modules, but also the same types, the same everything. In our case, we just have one because we are using next. So it's going to be in source generated schema.graphql, and it's the one that is here, schema. And you see like everything that we need to have for our thing. And this is what is going to be helping Codegen actually generate all the typings and everything for everything that we're going to do, fetching from the backend. It's very, very convenient. And yeah. So it's going to scan for anything that is within source. And that has the extension GraphQL. So this is where when we're gonna create queries, it's gonna look at all the GraphQL things and generate the queries for those things. And now we are going to say it generates at source generated graphql.ts with the plugins, and that's where we need to be extremely careful. We need to use TypeScript. We need to use the TypeScript operations. And we also need to get him some ints to actually look and TypeScript React query. And this is what is going to just like create all the fetcher and everything. And we are going to put some configs to that generation, and namely the fetcher. The fetcher is going to go to the endpoint of /API/GraphQL that we just like created. This is going to GraphQL schema JSON. We're going to also generate this, and this one is going to be just the introspection. So it's going to be very convenient for us to actually see what the introspection sees. Yeah, it's going to be very, very convenient for us. So now that we have this, what we need to do is make sure that when we generate the client, the Prisma client, for instance, we also generate the Graphql-codegen. And for this, we're going to have to look at all of this. The way you do this is within the script, we're going to have something say codegen. Codegen is a little bit weird. Let's go with Graphql-codegen. Yeah, Graphql-codegen. And we're going to say Graphql-codegen using the configuration of codegen.yaml. So this is going to create everything that we need. And we should be able to Graphql-codegen here. All right, something went wrong. Thank you for telling us. Yes, we probably want to generate something. We probably need to generate something. So in the component, we're gonna have like a new folder. Users, we're gonna call it user.tsx, doesn't matter. But most important, we're gonna have users.graphql. And GraphQL is gonna be a query. Load all users. It's gonna be users ID name. All right. And that query is going to be turned into a hook that we're going to be able to use default function users. It's going to be, let's return like a pre, for instance. Yeah. And here we're going to say JSON stringify users. And for now, those users are just that thing. Nope. Cannot be determined. Yes, that's fine. That's fine. We're gonna live with this for now. Let's try again. Codegen. Alright, something went wrong. Cannot query field users on type query. Did I mistype my thing in the GraphQL types user? Yeah, I probably want to get users here, and just making sure my generated thing has been changed. Okay. All right, it's been updated. So anytime you just rerun, yes, you can see here. Anytime you rerun the server, the way Apollo Micro and everything is set up is actually going to regenerate the nexuses and the new schema and everything, which means that now we have like that users, which is probably better here, and we can actually run our thing now. It's asking for the right thing. All right, so pass the configuration, generated the outputs, and if we look at this, we look at GraphQL, we'll look at this and oh, this looks to be not correct. So we'll have to fix this. Maybe I need to double quote some stuff. And basically it just creates a new load user query. And this is going to be doing everything that I need, and I can create a user with this, and it's going to be perfect for my use case. So as you can see, there's lots of parsing and everything, and I'm not quite sure why eslint and everything is even looking at this, because I excluded it, but we're going to live with this for now. So in my user now, I can go for data loading use load all user. Yes, there we go. And what do I have within that? I do have data, I do have error, I do have is loading. I should have a status. Yes, I have a status. So we can put the data here, and when you look at this, the reason we use GraphQL and everything have strong types and everything is if I look at that type, I can exactly know what I'm gonna get. So that all user query, if I go here in the data, I can look and say, hey, that's gonna be a user, and within those, there's gonna be a map, and with each user, I'm gonna have user dot those things. And this is really useful because it means that if someone changes the GraphQL definitions, if they add stuff, they're gonna pop in here. If someone changes that here to just not include ID, for instance, let's say someone removed this because like, oh yeah, I don't really need this. You just regenerate this. And where you think you have IDs, it's like, hey, this doesn't exist, but the name does. So this is really, 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 really useful. And I'm just gonna not map this. I just want to map to users. I'm missing some stuff. Null, and let's say we have a one thing here. And I'm gonna also give the status. All right. And I really don't need is loading error and stuff like this for now. And this is going to, and we're back to smoking. Whew. This is a React element. All right. And within my page here, I will be able to use my users which is going to show, there we go. And this is a default, so it's like, it's going to be users. All right, so if I do this, this will most likely not work. And we're gonna just like see it here. And the reason is, oh, well, first of all, I need to update this because obviously this is not correct. So in my codegen, where I have my fetcher here, I probably want to also do this. All right. So I've updated the thing, and now you see that it's missing like the actual query provider. And the reason for this is React Query. When you use React Query, and it's the same for Apollo client, it's the same for SWR and stuff. You have like a little bit of configuration to do, and thankfully we can use like the underscore app from Next to actually plug everything that we need. So that's what we're going to do right now. I'm going to go back here, and that smoke is actually very obtrusive. What's going on? Do I have like a smoking party? Yeah, that's one of the reasons why probably going to be moving out sometime soon. We actually bought a home, so it's not probably, we are going to move out soon. All right. So let's go create the underscore app.tsx. And that's where we're going to just like make everything live in terms of providers. That's where we can just like put the heads, where we can just like include anything that is related to, you want to wrap all of your pages with that specific component, and that specific component is stable in between page changes. So yeah. So one of the first thing that we're gonna do is we're gonna import what we are here for. So it's gonna be the query client and the query client provider, exactly. And we're gonna just like instantiate it. So query client is a new query client, no specific information. And now we need to export default function. Very difficult to concentrate. I'm actually within like a small. That's bad. And I can't close my window because it's gonna be there forever. That's bad. Anyway, so that app has a component and also has page props, and we will need to and this is from app props, which I think is not. this thing. It's from next app. Yes, next app. Okay. And this is returning like a React element again. And that React element is going to be return the query client provider with the client that we just created. Query client. It is going to return the component. And the page props are going to be spread on top of it. All right. So obviously you need to re-render this, rerun it. And yeah, so if I go here, now we see that we have our status success, and then we have like all of our users. So it's very convenient, which means that we are actually plugged in, and basically anytime you want to query anything from the database within your component, you just add a specific query, like the load all user. You regenerate the codegen, and the codegen is going to spit you out a unique hook that you can use to get all your data you want, and then you can customize like all of the options that you would like to have. So there's like a bunch of stuff you can do here. Not even sure in that case. And also gives you like a bunch of stuff, so we can explore a little bit, and then we're gonna just like move on to the next things. Use load all users. We should also get okay. Okay. I have to look at this, but I thought it would be spinning out like the lazy loading as well. But anyway, it's pretty much anything that you need here. So now that we have this, it means that we can create anything that we want. We can create a mutation in the backend. We can create queries in the front end. We can do whatever we want, and all of this is going to work. So I am going to consider this as a success, and we're gonna say that that chore of adding React query plus codegen to the front end is officially done. Nice, nice, nice. So I'm gonna post once again the GitHub link. So if someone wants to follow with me, there you go. And now that we've done all of this, it's pretty much ready for you to go if you wanted to just use like this as a boilerplate. Obviously there's like a training portion of it where you need to know exactly what you're doing and stuff like this, especially with like the nexuses stuff, like all those types and everything. But overall, you're just like good to go. Now we're going to do like a little bit of fun and add some UI elements, because if we look at our website, it's not really looking pretty. It's not great. Not gonna lie, it's not great. So that's where we're just gonna like put in a little bit of styling, and that's probably just gonna do like a few components to just like show and express what's the kind of things that we can do with stitches. But we're gonna plug stitches in, and we're gonna make sure that that whole project is deployable to Vercel. And you'll be able to just go in and hammer my database and make me pay for Superbase, because I'm gonna go over a limit. So we'll see how it goes. So when you want to add stitches, so first of all, stitches is akin to style component. It's akin to all of those styling libraries, but there is three different base proposition with it. So the first of all, it's not you writing CSS and then having like a JavaScript thing coming in and transforming into object and everything. You actually write JavaScript CSS objects. So the good old background color, one word, uppercase C, let's go. The second proposition is, and this is made for like speed and stuff like this. The second proposition is based on, rather than having like a theme where you actually have like a JavaScript object that you pass around, you actually use tokens, and those tokens gets transformed into CSS variables that it's actually standard CSS variable. So if you were to use stitches, you do your things, you could use your tokens without using stitches within your component. You could hardcode those tokens. Not recommended, but technically you could, and this means that you can do a lot of overriding manual things that the library doesn't let you do, because it's very difficult for style library to envision all of the use cases, and having like this escape hatch where you can use standard CSS things is actually very interesting. Such as, for instance, you want to just like add a CSS that make your and maybe I can just like show up the docs while I'm speaking. So yeah, so basically you create your tokens. You have like all your colors that you want to use and everything, and then you can use those into your components. So here you could put your tokens, rather than say it's that specific color, you can say, hey, it's my token that I created from this place. So I'm going to show you exactly what happens and how it works, but I want to set up like the table for this. And the third thing that is, to me, like the most important one, standards is like very important, but the conceptual shift that you get from stitches that's really interesting is that idea of variance. So rather than having like a red button, rather than having like a green button, or passing props to that button and just like interpreting that props and like looking at this and be like, oh, color is green, I'm gonna put green on those three places, you actually have a variant name. So rather than I mean, it's gonna be easier to just like show you once we get there. But like variance, it's good. It means that you can reuse your component a lot, because you're just gonna have most likely one or two button components, and all your buttons are gonna be using that specific component. So when you want to change the style of your button, you won't have to just go and search and replace everywhere we use button, because that button was using that thing, this other one was blue, the other one was fat, the other one was this, and then it gets even better when you start compounding variants one with each others. So for instance, let's say you have a green button and you want to invert colors. The way we would do it with style component, for instance, is we would just like have, for the color, we just like look at, hey, is a color set? Yes. Is it inverted? Yes. And you have like those ternary things that you just like, that makes very difficult to read your components, but also very difficult to maintain when you have like three things that apply styles to the same CSS properties. Whereas stitches has like those reconciliation things. So you can say a green button that is inverted is going to have that specific color. A green button that is not inverted is going to have this one. A green button has this one. And I'll show you exactly what I mean by those. So the first thing we're going to do is we are going to create a new file. which is going to be called stitches config. And on stitches config, that's where we are going to generate our theme. And I'll not dig too deep. Create CSS. I think it's like this. And I probably need to install, yes, I probably need to install stitches. That's probably a good first step. So we're gonna go here. Stitches, I want to React. I don't need to run, I need to install. Yeah, and that smoke is actually making me really bad. That's really rough. All right. So if you look at the docs, you can 100% use it like you would use style components. But the real kicker comes in when you actually create your theme. So we're going to create the theme right away. Styled. And we're going to just say, for now it's going to be style. Okay, so it's going to create CSS and we're going to pass a big fat object within it. And that object is pretty much the configuration or the theme, the base theme that you would have like in your style component libraries and stuff like this. Yeah, so there's a theme, and within that theme we have colors. We're gonna just like jam some colors in it. But if you look at this, there's also like a bunch of other like scales where you would put like, for instance, for shadows, for sizes, for spaces, for fonts and stuff like this. So for now, we're just gonna, you know what, we're gonna go for fonts because fonts is actually really important. Normal, regular. Okay, so what would I want to have? Yeah, let's call it medium. And we're gonna go for extra small. Let's go like this. Small extra. So this is going to be you know what? I'm going to create my own scale right now. Let me see if I can just like go grab my, if I can grab a scale I already made, because I would like to use like the golden ratio scales. I just need to make sure I actually grab one that's correct. Yeah, that makes sense. So there we go, calculator, my good friend calculator. So my base is going to be 1 RAM. Why are you doing this? We're gonna go for this. Large extra. And we're gonna do another one, let's call it banners. All right, so a good way to do your thing is to just say 1 multiplied by the root of this golden ratio. which is approximately this. So I guess I could have done this straight up. Where am I gonna put it? No, come back, come back. Come back. No windows. I was not trying to do this. I was not trying to do this. All right. All right. So 120, let's go 720. All right. And this is going to be multiply again by itself, which should give us the golden ratio in that case. 6, 18, 18. This really doesn't mean anything. And we're going to multiply it once again, but this time by itself. 260. Yeah, that makes sense. That's the golden ratio. All right. And the same goes for the opposite. So we're gonna divide by this much. And I mean, if you have like question on those math as well, feel free to ask. And we're back to smoking. It's really, really bad. That's really, really bad. Give me 1 sec. In desperate situations, you need to bring desperate measures. So, let's put a big file of this. Alright, we'll see how long it takes. All right. Yeah. Okay, so how style object gets minified after build. So the way it works is, okay, I'm gonna do a demonstration of what's going on. Those style objects gets transformed into, so in the theme itself, they get transformed into CSS variables. On the style component themselves, like on the components themselves, we actually generate the CSS of it, so they get passed in line with the build, and that's what I'm going to do right after. And the idea is, like, when you toggle in between variants and stuff like this, you're just going to change the class name, basically add or remove and stuff like this. So it's like very, there's not much JavaScript, there's no application of JavaScript. It is just like everything is pre-compiled for you, so it's very convenient in that sense. It's very fast, especially with the latest update. They actually dropped like the time required to do those things substantially. Yeah, so I'm going to show you exactly, Emin, how it gets manifested on the thing. Oh, actually, I'm not showing the right thing. There we go. So I'm just like building my various things, simple like theme tokens. That's actually good to just like show what's going on. So in my case, I have 1 divided by 1.25 2720, and it just like missed it 100%. 1 divided by 2720. That's a chilly point. And if you want to know a little bit more about like those things, I do have a video on this exact those exact calculation, but I can just like go over it very quickly. And basically this is just like a golden scale ratio kind of things, divided by 12720 and 610, which is also fair. It's the golden ratio. We all know what's going on here. There we go, and I am going to export that. All right, so I have my font sizes. I am going to put a few other things, but let's say for now we're just gonna use primary, and let's call it red for now. It's just like for the sake of explaining. So once you have this, what you can do is within your components, you can come in and say that pre, let's call it here, and let's say this is a pre, and then within color you can write whatever you want. So you can blue, you can do whatever, but you can also say primary, give me my primary color. And on font size, I would like it to be a medium size. So now I have my pre, let's go, we put our pre here. If I go to my browser now, you'll see like this pre thing is now changed. So one of the things I'm going to change actually is I'm going to just like put everything now, because we're going to do UI stuff starting from now. Yeah, so we're going to do something like this, and I'm going to bring my guy here. So you should be able to see everything that's going on, and I'm going to make sure I have 100% of the viewport so you don't lose anything. All right. So, and I'm gonna just like maybe remove this a little bit. So now it's like, it's very simple. So you go here, you have like auto completion on everything that you need. If you want your thing to be small, it's gonna be small. If you want to be extra small, it's gonna be extra small, and so on. When you look at this tree here, and I'm going to this one switch. Can I make this bigger? Yes, I can. There is a class here. There's a class here, the C-KYAMOT. It's not mimified or anything. It's actually a class. So in my case, where is it put? I didn't put yet the thing, so maybe it's not gonna be good to show. But basically, you see here all of my tokens, and that class is inlined within my things. And for some reason, I can't show you exactly what's going on here. We'll have to That's fine. We're gonna make it work, and we're gonna make it work and be ready for like server-side rendering and everything that Next requires. But this is a plain old class. There is no mimification or whatever. So yeah, let's go here, and we're gonna just like improve a little bit all of this. So one of the things that you need to get all of this working is to just like grab the get CSS string that is attached to that whole instance. And we're gonna go like the global and do all of those things after. And to make it work, to get all of this working, we will have to actually add those styles to the HTML that we send to the client. And for this, we are going to jam all of this into the very conveniently made -document tsx that is something that is used by the Next build tools, and it's where you can put like a lot of stuff in terms of if you want to add scripts, if you want to add like your own custom HTML outside of React and all of those things. So the one I want is export default class document, which is what we're gonna just like doing it, and we're gonna extend the next document. There we go. And I probably need to import that next document as well. Next document from next document. All right. Now, what we want to override is the get initial props methods. And in our case, it might be async. We don't know. So get initial props. We're going to get some context, and it's going to be a document context. That should come from here as well. Document context. There we go. Document context. And this is really, really tight. This is really, really tight. Okay. And this is a function. We're going to get our styles from what we just exported, the get CSS string. And this is going to just like grab all of the CSS strings that Stitches is building. And we're just going to just like add it to the payload of our HTML. And we also need to we probably need to also rewire this, because this is like the default thing. So await next document get initial props with the context. Right, and we need to return everything that was there before, initial props, and also in the styles, I'm gonna return a style with an ID of Stitches. Why not? And return styles. Format everything. This is not happy. Style does not exist on. Oh, yeah, style. There we go. Sometimes muscle memory. Yeah, so if we have this, we should be able to restart our dev server. And that dev server is now supposedly. What did I miss? What did I miss? All right, it's good. There we go. And if I go and look at the HTML of this, is it going to be here? Next route and answer. No. Styles, it doesn't do. You know what? Let me just. And we'll see how many errors I have within my my thing. So we're gonna add like the build tools. So start, and we're also going to add build. Next build, because this is what we want to do in the end. How many errors do I have? First time. I guess that's the that's great. So now that we have this, we can npm run start, and we're gonna get exactly what we should get from I don't understand. Why are you? Next route announcer. Where are my styles? Dude, where are my styles? Normal, medium. Okay, didn't build my styles. All right, I need to see if something changed. Oh, there we go. That's what changed. It's because I am slightly stupid. I'm slightly stupid. And there we go. So if you go here, it was working from the beginning. So you get those styles that gets added, and basically you just have that. It just builds inline your CSS classes. So it's very convenient. It's using all of the CSS standard operations, so CSS variables and stuff like this. So yeah, that's actually great. And if we wanted, we could have done actual calculation here. So rather than do it like hard-coded and whatever, we can have like CSS calc and everything. I don't think it's really important, but in our case, it might have. So yes, now to the good part. So we're just gonna count this as a win, and I'm just gonna make sure we didn't next is correctly hidden. Yes, it is. So we're gonna commit and say stitches to the front end, and we're gonna push. And now we're gonna take like a few seconds to just go in and go to versal.com. You probably don't see it. That's fine. I'm gonna bring it back. There we go. And here, so the versal.com, there we go. Starting blocks. This is a Next.js framework. I'm going to put the environment variable a place where you can't see it. Actually, I'm going to do this right now. Talking head. There we go. I'm going to grab this guy here. I'm going to get this guy here. It's going to be added and deploy. All right. I probably need to let it know that my thing is starting blocks. Let me see the settings. We're going to set some domains in it, but for Git, production branch is main. That's great. And yeah, so we just wait for it to deploy, and this should be showing up online at some point. And you know what? I am going to give it a domain, and it's going to be called starting block .com. All right. And I've already done like configuration for the show.com, but that's how simple it is to deploy to Versal and just like let it and we'll just make sure that all of this is working correctly. All right. Let it propagate a little bit. And we'll see. We should be seeing it live. It should be connecting correctly to Postgres. Everything should be good. And if we were to stop here and now, this would be considered like to be a success for me. All right. It is deployed, and here we go. We have our loading state. Is it loading? Is it not loading? It is not loading because my response is internal server error. Okay, there might be something fishy with the API itself. The good thing is it's working great in terms of retries. The bad thing is this is failing, so let me see. What would be missing? Okay, this is having some trouble. Okay, there we go. Prisma. Okay, Prisma is having a little bit of a trouble. Requires stack. This. Why is it even called? Okay, so we'll look at this a little bit later. This is like Prisma stuff where we need to we'll have to just like slowly debug and everything. Let's go back to our front end. So all right, so we've done those that component user. And you see like we have like that pre that is already done and everything. One of the things that is really good is like you can use it this way. You can even like rather than have like the middle thing, you can have 100% styled here. All right, so you can 100% have this, and if I save this, you'll see I need to run dev. That it's not gonna look exactly the way I want. I need to refresh. What's going on? Oh, actually it is because I already set my stuff. Okay, it's not gonna give me all of my token, but actually this is a great example of why Stitches is really interesting. Is basically when you do something like this primary, what you're writing is, so let me let you confirm that it's actually working. What you're actually writing is something like this. And the reason it works is you don't have to get like a JavaScript object. There's no undefined, there's no other things. All of this is set up in your body here. So on the root, you have those things that are written. And if you were to just call it, so let's go to that exact pre thing. That pre things. Okay, it's this one. So there is it. And if you were to go in and call it something like blue, you'll see that what it's going to do is do the exact same thing and apply that variable. It's just like this one doesn't exist. So yeah. And it's really interesting because now it means that you can use that Stitches, those tokens and everything, you can use them on places where Stitches can't go, for instance. You can use them, override them if you don't want to use Stitches. And it's all based on standard from the web. And this is really, really important because it means that in the long run, if something bad happens to Stitches, you're not lost in the sense of you need to redo everything. You can just like eject, get all the standards, and if you want to write your CSS modules with it, just write your CSS module with it. So it's something I found really, really important and interesting. And I can't take that smoke anymore. All right, the fan is off. All right, so you can do all of this, but you can also obviously grab the theme one that you already configured, and this one will carry all your tokens, so you get auto completion and everything. So that's great. So that's one thing. The second thing is, rather than creating on each component the style that you want for that pre, for instance, the variants allows you to create one base component that you can reuse everywhere. So in my case, I'm gonna take that theme component and I'm gonna just like call it style because it makes more sense. There we go. And we're back to where we were before. But what I'm going to do is actually in the UI, I'm going to create a new file, which is going to be pre.ts. And this is where everything becomes very, very interesting. Okay, so we have the exact same thing now, meaning I can go to my user, and rather than import this, I can import pre from UI pre. Works exactly the same, but now I have this component that I'm going to use everywhere, and that's really like the power of it all. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a variant, and I'm going to call it this one, for instance. This one is going to be a color primary. All right, there we go. And I'm gonna have a second variant, which is going to be size, and this one is going to be called small extra. And we'll see the few things that we can do with this. All right. All right, so I have all of this, and you see here it's now installed because I didn't apply any variant to it. But it means that now within my component, I can set up some colors, and I can be primary. There we go. It can be, size. And I like to just like capitalize my variant just because this way I know exactly what's going on. Extra small, there we go. Now it's extra small. But if for some, like, let's say there is no medium set, but you really want to get your medium size, what you can do is add a variant, but you can also use the CSS prop. And the CSS prop lets you pretty much do anything you want in the exact same way of banner, for instance, in the exact same way of you writing it here. And the goal really is to get you into a state of mind of writing base UI element, like a very design system centric thing, where you have like 25 different buttons, but actually those 25 buttons are just 3 colors with I don't know, 4 different size with different style on top of it. And this is where everything gets super clean. And if you need to, at some places, change that specific pre or button or whatever to make it bigger, you have like that escape hatch that's just like live within the same thing. So for instance, if I'm going here, I can also add the color. And my color, for instance, is primary, so no changes. So I could write it this way if I want. It means that for some reason, maybe primary, we don't want to just like really look at colors and stuff like this, but we really want to say a type, for instance. Type, this is now primary, let's say. And the type primary is actually this one plus this one. This becomes like a new type for your pre's, and you can use it right away. Primary. And actually I didn't take the banner one. I really wanted to take the banner one. Let's go. And there you go. So it really lets you, it's really flexible in the way that you're doing your design system, and you can define either semantics, or you can use it like a little bit like a tailwind. You have 5 different colors, you have this many sizes and stuff like this. But if you want to just like define master button, there you go. You can define this and this, and it's really convenient. And it makes really easy to change all the primary things at once. It also makes it super easy for when you just say, hey, my primary color is not red anymore, it's blue. And there you go, everything is blue now. So yeah, that's extremely convenient. Extremely convenient. So one thing that I really want to get now out of this is to create a few very simple base things, but for this I really need to define some colors. So we're gonna go into more like the design system logic, I guess, and the kind of things that you can do or can't do or shouldn't do or stuff like this. And we're gonna get there. But first of all, I am going to import some stuff, and I'm gonna show you maybe like that same concept of all of this. We're gonna go for an icon thing. So here we're gonna create a new file, which is going to be icons.ts, and this one is going to be like a very import export kind of things. And I'll show you exactly what I mean by having something that's really flexible. So within icon, we're also going to create an icons svg.ts. So depending on who you ask, like some people have like their own icon library. You can use like Radix icons if you want. You can use Font Awesome and stuff like this. To me, I've always been not Mephiant, but careful about like having those libraries because they change, they don't compile well, they don't get server-side rendered. Like there's a bunch of stuff that is always happening to those things. And one thing that never betrayed me are the SVGs. So if you have a way to export the SVGs of icons, you're all set, and this is exactly what we're gonna do here. And we're gonna go and have like a bunch of fun stuff, let's say, in it. So one thing that we can do is let's start by importing styled from Stitches. All right. We're gonna go and create a new SVG. This is a new SVG, and we can go and build all of our variant of those SVGs. And basically any SVG on the platform is gonna run out of this exact component. So for me, the width is gonna be of medium icon. Let's call it medium. And the height is going to be medium as well. And as you can see, medium doesn't exist. So we're gonna save this, and we're gonna create all that we need for our icons. So if I remember correctly, and you know what, we're gonna go to Stitches dev. Let's go. Can you see it? Oh, I was doing a lot of things and you wouldn't be able to see the code. That's great. Good thing, Arthur. Good thing. I need to get better at managing my stream. I'm actually terrible. Anyway, let's start back. So I'm creating my SVG icons and everything is there. We are going to go into the theme tokens. And if I go to heights, it should be in spaces, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, there's the top, there's the left, and height is usually with the H. And the width, it's not there. Okay, is it within sizes? Width and height. Okay, so it's within the sizes. So we're gonna go to sizes. We're gonna go into our stitches, sizes, and we're gonna say medium size is 1 rem. And you know what? We're gonna just like actually copy paste that thing. And we're gonna go even one step deeper, because one thing that you can do is we're gonna call it icon extra small. Doesn't really matter. I'm gonna prefix a bunch of those. But what you can do is go in and go into your sizes. So where are you? Starting blocks, show.com. All right. All right. And this is going to be font sizes. Let's go like this. All right. Here, we're gonna create a token out of this token. And this should be working just fine. Yeah, it should be working perfectly fine. All right, which means that I can now use my icon perfect medium. Icon medium. Export SVG. All right. So I should be able to come in and within my page, come in here and add an actual SVG. SVG from Stitches component. No. UI icons SVG. There we go. And now we need to jam an SVG in it. So I'm gonna just grab a very simple SVG. A very simple SVG here. I'm gonna jam it here. And I need to close my SVG. And there is no props. All right, you can see my SVG is right there. And we're gonna do like some fun stuff with it. So I'm gonna just remove the toggle box because it doesn't matter anymore. And remember, one of the good things is now that we removed the toggle box, if we were to come in and be like, we're the morning before the deploy. There we go. Just for sanity's sake, we just go in and say, hey, I really want to just like see if my website is still working. And it's not. And then you can look at your Cypress screenshots and be like, hey, I'm Cypress and I can't find that thing. It just doesn't exist. And you just, oh, we broke the website. Anyway, yeah. So SVG, it's great. I'm actually going to do something slightly different. I'm actually going to put all those SVGs within a big folder, and I have like a bunch of those already prepared. And I probably can just paste them. All right, I do have like a bunch of those. That's great. And I actually even have this one here. Icons. There we go. Which means I don't even need to do this anymore. I can just import, for instance, icons, just from icons straight up, and I see like all of my icons, and I can just use that here, and you see my bars are here. And now what's really cool is if we look at this, and if you have more questions, feel free to ask once again. Bars icon. I do have my SVG that I import from that SVG that I just created. I have my view box that is not squared. It is like slightly more height than width. But I do have like the path, and that's really what makes sense for me. So what I am going to do is actually going to go into my SVG, and we're going to create like a bunch of variants, and those variants will be carried forward by this specific script. So this specific script is like, actually I can just probably put all of this within the SVG. We're gonna put everything here. All right. Stitch variants, component props. We're gonna have those here. Do I need stitch core as well? No, I don't think so. Stitch core is part of the okay, so I have everything here, and we are going to remove that d.ts. All right, and what we're going to do is, yeah, it's already created. We are going to create this as SVG internal, and we're going to do like some stuff with the actual viewport and everything, because I want my SVGs to be always squared. For instance, we can have logic that says sometimes it's not, sometimes it is, but maybe I want my SVGs to be always squared. So I'm going to go and I'm going to create an SVG, which is going to take some props, and this comes from props, and those comes not from SVG here, but it comes from SVG internal. So anything that you could pass to SVG, you can pass to those props. It's also all the variants from SVG internals. So basically what we're going to do with that SVG is we're going to have like a small buffer of logic that drive that variant, but just like it looks like it is a stitch variant from the exterior. And actually I need to transform this to TSX then. And then we go, and this is a React element. And this is going to return we're going to go export function SVG icon. I'm going to do something like this. And this is going to return an SVG internal with all the props. But what we're going to do is we're going to just like override the view box. And the view box is true, and I need to close it. And the new view box, new viewbox is going to be equal to squared viewport of the props viewbox, the one that we did no, it's not an any. What do you mean? Okay, we're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. Props, and that prop is not any. It's right there. All right, what's going on? What is going on? Do I need to restart TS server? Okay, it really doesn't know where Stitches core is. We're gonna just like install it. Anyway, it's already installed. All right. All right, so it's right there. And I really want to get the view box. All right. So you remember like the function we started the stream with is that, what is this? What, this doesn't need to be here. The function that we started with at the very beginning, the one to grab like squaring view boxes. This is one that we're going to use right now to make sure like our icons are always squared. So in that case, you see the -32 added to this makes it like an actual perfect square. And it's really helpful for us because it means like we can set the width, the height, and we know it's going to be always a square. All right, so one thing that we can do now is, now that we've set those SVGs and they are all I probably need to change all of those and replace it with SVG. Replace them all. There we go. And here I really want to export those type. All right, back in business. So those SVGs, they just like carry their own information. But now what we can do is we can drive them to have variants. So for instance, let's say we want to make them spin. What we can do is add some variants. And we're gonna call it rotate. And we're gonna have like 80 degrees, and this is going to be a transform, and that transform is going to be rotate 80 deg. All right, and you can do like as many as you want. So we have 180, 180. We have 270. Oh, I'm gonna mute myself for a second. All right. The cell phone rings. The cell phone rings. All right. So we get this one and minus 270. And what's really cool about this is now that you have those variants on your base SVG that gets carried and everything, and everyone is using that variant, I can come in here and say, hey, I would like to change the rotate. And I can see all of the values I have. Do we want to rotate? There you go, rotation. Do you want to rotate? I mean, it's not going to be showing very well. So let me import like another. Let me import another balance scale. Sure. Yeah, you can see here. You can go 180, 270. There you go. So you can do like a bunch of stuff. And what's really cool is now for everything SVG, you don't have to, so you have to create those, but for any new variant that you have, those variants are going to show up for every SVG that you have on your platform. So for instance, let's say we want to, let's continue into the rotation. We want to add like a spin variant, and that spin is going to be true. So this one is going to be like an easy thing. And we're going to say it's a transform where you rotate 360 degrees. And then we are going to add an animation, and we'll see how we do that animation a little bit later. The animation duration is going to be 2 seconds, let's say. Of course, you can add all of those into your themes if you want to. Animation interaction count. This is going to be infinite. I want it to spin, spin, spin. And animation timing function. Is it possible? Timing function, yes. This is going to be linear. Nothing crazy. What we just need now is the actual animation. And for this, we use animation name. And now we have a problem. It's like, oh, we need to create the animation itself. Good thing for us, the Stitches guy have figured it out. They thought of it. So we're going to have to create a new spin thing. And for this, we're going to have to export a new thing, which is called keyframes, and is really what CSS is doing. Is just creating like a keyframe. And now I have my SVG, and we're going to create a spin. Is it something we want to share someone else, or is it something we just want to have on this one? We're going to decide this later. Spin. This is going to be keyframes from this guy. And the keyframes are going to be from 0%, which is going to be a transform. Sorry. Rotate 0. And then there's going to be 100%, which is going to be a transform as well. Rotate 360 degrees. And this should be doing the trick. Okay, internal error, keyframes. Keyframes is not a function. What? What is keyframe? keyframes is not a function. What do you mean? Okay. This actually is. I export all of those. Did I import something that's bad? Oh, I didn't save. Yeah, I didn't save. All right. So now what's cool is now if we were to do this on top of having the ability to do your thing, you can just like make it spin. And that's just what it is. And if you were to be willing to go a little bit deeper, there you go. And you say 0.5 fast. So now you have like that spin, but you can also define it to be fast. And now it's spinning very, very fast. So it's where you start multiplying like any efforts that you do for your components gets multiplied to all the places where you might want to use those components. And that gets very, very powerful, very, very quickly. And this is true for buttons, this is true for all the panels, this is true for everything. So I am going to create, am I going to create this, or maybe I think that stream has been on for like 6 hours now, really. So I probably yeah. It's like I just didn't save the file, so it was all good. Yeah, so here is it. What? All right. What do you want to do, Emin? Let me know what you want to do, and we can do like this very quickly. And then I'll just call it a day. It's been a long stream. It's been a long stream. So yeah. Yeah, and starting from now, I would consider this to be pretty much not complete, but okay, let me remove this. Not necessarily complete, but this is like a good base for anyone to just go in and use Stitches. You have everything. I'm gonna fix the import for the making sure it actually deploys to Versal, because it's very weird. And I'm gonna create those sizes, and those sizes are going to be small extra, and I'm gonna have small, large, extra, and banner, and those are going to be the equivalent of width, small extra, I don't know why it just keeps on having those semicolons, but yeah. All right, so that's going to be just small. That's going to be small. Then this is going to be large. Yeah, I really just want to get this to be deployed to Versal, making sure like my large extra, banners. There we go. And this is not correct. Well, yes, it is. All right. So now we have this, which means that if I were to go into my index, I can come in and say size. I want this to be a banner. Bing, we have a big fat one. So there we go. So I'll just like consider this to be added base SVG for icons. All right, and now we're gonna go in and see what we can do for that deployment to Vercel. So yeah, let's see what we can do, because I would really like to be in a state of this is 100% deployable. So it means that if I have like that if I have like an ID and I want to just like get really quick and show it very quickly to people, I really want it to be no configuration. You just like fork the repo, build your stuff, and you're good to go. I actually need to I will have to delete my icons because those are font awesome property. So yeah, the components, users, user, and I am going to make sure this component is actually exporting a function. There we go. It's loading. There we go. And I am going to remove those from and the template is going to be the one that we're gonna have here for the template icon. I need it to be alright, and for my template, I'm gonna do like a very basic path. What can we do? Let's do move to 0. Okay, I need to remember SVG path. Okay, so I move from 0, 0, and I go in horizontal straight line to 512, then vertical 512, then horizontal 0, then vertical 0. Is it? Okay, I need to refresh myself on SVGs. Let me see if I can just like create SVG. I really want to do like a very simple thing. Alright, 512, 512, 512, 512. And what I want is just a stupid line and another stupid line. All right. Open SVG. No. Save image. Can I see the SVG? cd svg. Whoa. Whoa. Let's go. This is not what I wanted, but that's fine. This is fine. I want the stroke. I will need to get the stroke. I really don't need IDs. 512 0 0 512. All right. I don't need any titles, and I probably need to get stroke. Let me see. Where are you? Okay, it's right there. Okay. Alright, we're gonna get that stroke. Except that stroke is gonna be on the SVG here. And we're gonna call it bold. A bold stroke. Stroke is gonna be primary. Stroke width is gonna be 3 pixels. I don't know. I don't know. Alright, that's not very bold. That's not very bold. We're gonna say that that stroke is gonna be what is the stroke? Stroke is colors. Stroke width. There is no stroke width. Okay. Let's go YOLO. There we go. So we got SVG. I'm gonna push this one, so at least this one is not copyrighted, I guess. All right. And you can create your SVGs. So yeah, that's what you can see now is really easy to create your SVGs and yeah. I'm just surprised that. Oh yeah. Where are you? Where are you? Templates. No, you don't have that stroke anymore. You don't have that stroke anymore. All right, now we're talking. All right. Oh, I should probably smash my commits. You know what? I don't care. So we are going to say variable stroke colors. Sure. All right, so all of this is good. Now we are going to focus on making sure this is actually loading correctly. Please don't sue me, Font Awesome, please. Okay, Steam. Let me see, versal.com. What is going on with that guy? Yeah, it's keep on failing. Okay. Yeah. So he retried, and there's an error. So analytics. No, it's not analytics that I want. I want overview. I want deployments. Function. Okay. And I will go back to oh, that wasn't great. All right, that wasn't great. Go back to sitting. Let me see what's going on with my functions. Prisma client. Prisma client. Oh, yes. I will need to build the Prisma client on Versal. So this is actually very, very true. I will have to change my build. I will have to change my build. I will not. Let's close everything. Let's close everything. We're gonna make it work. We are going to make it work. Package.json. So I have my generate here. And basically what I need to do is just make sure that that Prisma is built. So npm run generate. And once this is done, just build. Sure. Make the Prisma client build on build and deploy. All right. Yeah, and now we just wait. We just wait. And hopefully it deploys correctly. And we just passed the 6 hours. Great. Great, great, great. Let's go, let's go, let's go. It must be a little bit longer now that the Prisma client is actually being generated. But yeah. Alright, it is now built. Oh, still fails. Still fails. What do you mean? Here's my client. Yes, it is built. Cannot find module path. Prisma client. Am I missing something? Am I missing something? Might be like a Prisma thing. Not quite sure. Not quite sure. Cannot find module Prisma. It actually gets built. It actually runs generate and generates the build. Generated from Prisma, generate the Prisma client into node modules. That is correct. That is correct. That is correct. So and I'm committing all of those, so those are correct as well. Is it possible that they were just not deployed? No, they're still here. They're still here. Prisma node module Prisma client. Prisma client. Okay. Okay, so all of this is correct. Great loading time, it's great, but Prisma client is there. Okay, let me see what is the error message that we get here. Okay. Nexus, Prisma. Client 225. So this guy does not support this guy. Up to 224. Okay, so the Nexus Prisma client, I'm gonna put this here. Lots of versions. Patch dev. Four days ago. Okay. This one is probably the one I want. Let's try with this guy. That's the part where it's really not funny. Okay, so there's no warning. Let me see if there are like some Prisma client problem, non-problem. Is it possible that this is an env problem? Because this looks just fine. Yeah, no, it's not working. Okay, I'm gonna put myself in talking mode and I'm gonna remove some envs. I'm gonna remove some envs and we'll see what we get there. This actually doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. If I'm here within my settings, oh, so this is correct. All of this is really correct. That's a little bit rough. All of this is a little bit rough. So, I mean, I'll probably just like close the stream now and keep on debugging because I think this can be going on. This can go for like a very long time. So, yeah, I'm not quite sure what's happening here. So, might be my problem. It might be Virtual problem. It might be a lot of different like Prisma problem. Yeah. All right. Yeah, I'll just like stop the stream here. Thank you everyone for watching, and hopefully it's not gonna be 3 months before the next stream. And the next stream is gonna be really about creating an actual, like, on the side project, having an ID, using that template and just like go onto the ID straight away, rather than just like have all of those tests and all of the other things that really doesn't make for either good content or also like saves you like 4 hours or 5 hours or whatever it is. So if it's useful to you, leave a like, I don't know, subscribe. If you want to use the repo, look at the description. I'm gonna put it as the first line. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So have a good afternoon, everyone. Good evening, good morning, regardless of wherever you live. And I hope to see you soon. All right. Cheers.